Um, so today's topic is regarding insolvency IBC agents. Um, I'm quite sure over the past few weeks or maybe a month or so, we have heard a lot about AI and also agents, AI being good, AI being bad, AI being a bubble. And I guess we are all curious to know as to how exactly can we use it other than just going to chat GPT and asking questions. And if it can really be the panacea that we are looking for. So I believe uh, my presentation, I mean, I've got 3 hours. So there is, if I were to speak, and if this be a more like a classroom session, then I really don't have more than half an hour or 1 hour to say. I mean, even that is, you know, uh, assuming that I have a lot. But if we could make this into a more like a collaborative session and see what are we looking for and how much of what we are looking for uh, has been achieved thus far, and how far can we take it or how far can we see it going. And so $1 million question that arises first is, what are we looking for this AI to solve? Um, so what I'll do is I'll start with a short presentation. It's a generic presentation. We all would have seen it. And then I believe we'll make it into a more conversational back and forth. I have also certain things to show. So it could be more like a show and tell kind of session and more like a lab session than a typical uh, classroom sort of a setup. So let me share my screen and let's quickly go over some basics so that we have some understanding of where we are. So I'll share my screen now. I want to share my screen, share this, sorry. So can everyone see my screen? If
Yes.
it's good to
Yes,
go.
sir. Yes.
Okay, great. So typically we start with IBC issues. So we know there are delays, then there are haircuts, capacity constraints, which is all leading to, I mean, some people would say the trust is going down, some people are happy, some people are not. Timeline discrepancies always remain, recovery drops, and we can add a lot many to the present problems. But what are we, how is AI going to solve it, if at all? So if we just quickly look at delay in process, if we could hasten the process, we'll have to first obviously figure out where the delays are, where exactly are the bottlenecks. Is it the IP? Is it the NCLT? Is it COC? And then how can AI come in, well, to hasten the process? Haircuts, if AI could magically tell us uh, or help us get better valuations by presenting the corporate data in a better way, or by enabling investors to somehow get a better picture. Again, we don't know. Capacity constraints. Uh, well, if one person can do a 10 person's job because of technology, then I believe capacity constraints may not be that big a problem, or will it? We don't know. And if all this falls in place, then we will have a better trust come back into the system. I trust also would mean essentially more than all these things. It's a case of where are the assignments and who has the assignments. And how can AI enable us to get the assignments? And why would the banks give AI enabled professionals be inclined to give us assignments over the other people? So if we could create that kind of a chasm, uh, uh, then we could have a situation where if we could prove ourselves better, maybe we have better chance to get hold of the assignments. But I mean, this is all in theory. Where is it happening? And also, we all know the timeline. If we use better technology, just like we use in project management systems, we have case management system, but then there are also Kanban systems, which I believe some of us are using, some of us are not. So there are some conventional technologies that we can incorporate that we haven't yet in order to increase our efficiencies. And then if we could layer it up with AI somehow, and which could then double the process. So essentially, we're looking at AI making it better, reducing frictions and manual errors, hidden patterns to light, as in for better valuations, and offload I mean, some work off our shoulders so that we can focus on outcomes. And all this goes without saying that the human in the loop is always going to be there. And the commercial wisdom and code judgments obviously cannot be overlooked, will never be. So it may not be an absolute dream come true. It's not a magic pill, we all know. But even if it's half of what it claims to be, it's good enough for us. Of course, we require guardrails for everything. I mean, these are the basics that we need to go over so that we can. Anyway, coming back, we need confidentiality and privacy for so many reasons. There are legal compliances that we have to do. Naturally, there are risks of not getting into the bad side with IBBI. And data being sensitive, we need to be careful. So if we give it to AI, what happens? I mean, you can't give all this stuff to OpenAI and say, summarize it for us, because then it'll know everything. So one thing is there that the moment you give anything to OpenAI, ChatGPT, it will consume it for its own personal internal training. No matter what they say, your data, the moment you give it to ChatGPT, it's learning. That's what it's trained to do. It's trained to not only, it's already learned everything that is there on the internet, and now it is on the fly learning from every thought and every input that we're putting online. So be it LinkedIn, be it Reddit, be it question answer. And that is why OpenAI says, like, ask us questions for free. $20, do whatever you want. Because it's not that money is a minuscule compared to the amount of money they are spending. But they need to make sure that their models are trained, are absolutely at cutting edge, so that no matter what you ask, they know. And the only way they can do that is for them to keep training them constantly using your data. So the moment we use AI in a conventional manner, no matter what we say, whether we can prove it or not, the confidentiality and privacy definitely gets a hit. So essentially what I'm trying to say is that even before we start with what we are trying to do, if we use it conventionally, everything goes out of the window. So what do we do? Naturally, there is accuracy and reliability. We know that there are misstated claims, and we've had cases where people just copy pasted and got into a lot of trouble. It's capable of hallucination and fabricating data, and there is a very specific reason for it. And it can definitely be overcome, but how? So this is another question which we have to sort of keep ourselves open to. Human in the loop, at the end of the day, it is going to be a human or a professional who has to certify and sign off and take responsibility of whatever one is claiming. Obviously, we cannot explain what's happening inside a model. So what happens is that ever since we have developed these OpenAI, ChatGPT, we really don't know what happens, but it magically does. Essentially, when we describe what a model is, it says, okay, it's a next word prediction. That's all what it does. And so we give them a lot of data and it predicts the next word. And therefore, if we limit the definition of the model to this, then how does it answer all these things? I mean, where does the magic takes place? And even the creators of these models have no idea. Somehow internally it's figured out how to make the right connections and predict. So when you ask a question, there is no next word that you're asking, yet it is answering, somehow understanding what your question is and what the answers are. And it definitely doesn't look like a next word prediction. It is way much more than that. So we don't know what's happening inside the model, yet it works. Fair enough. How does that affect us? As long as it serves our purpose and does our job. So anyway, this is another technology, a tech aspect which we can debate over. Naturally, acceptability in insolvency. The fact that we are all here, we are looking for, we know that it is going to be acceptable. Whether it takes 1 year or 10, it is going to happen. And but it's a gradual curve, or is it something that we all just jump into, provided it provided we can prove it. We can prove the output. Everything has to have audit trails, needless to say. And so whatever the system that gets created must be able to provide reasoned outputs for whatever it's claiming. Now, we also have to see that if we train our own model or give our own data, the data should not be biased. Otherwise, you'll have biased results. So biasness is another thing which already exists, but also becomes important to consider if we use whatever system we do. One can talks about risks and its mitigation, all training data, continuous monitoring, etc. No, this is all going into in a domain where I am assuming that we are going to be using a system. So there are present systems which exist, we are using. And if we don't like them, we create some other system which we will eventually use. But what are the drawbacks of system A and whether we have been able to overcome it in system B, which obviously relates to all these biasness and trainings and monitoring, etc. Needless to say, there are security, cyber risks, and so we must be able to, whatever kind of agents or models that we use, must eventually be able to have judicial acceptance and even with the regulator. Naturally, if that happens, then it makes our life a little easier. Otherwise, we will carry the burden of whatever the output, and actually it may be biased against us. If somebody says, oh, we know what you've been using, so you're screwed anyway. So we definitely need to have the judiciary and the regulator on our sides. And we need to have a system which sort of proves itself up to that level. Authentication, readiness, codes, etc. So what we see so far is, okay, let me go over till 4, and then we will have a round of discussion over these four topics, and then we'll go further. Also, okay. Oops. Yeah. So currently, if we see that AI is already being used in Supreme Court for transcription and translation, so Supreme Court is already using it. So we know that it is not, it's not frivolous. At least they're using it for some very simple, safe objectives. But we also see that Manupatra is giving almost everyone is now giving an AI assistance inside the systems, including Zoom. Or anywhere you go, everybody says, ask questions, we'll give answers. And everybody says that they have their own RAG system or models, so it's like, it's not an open system, it's a closed system, and they have trained their closed system. So since that is also happening, we can, and probably successfully, because if you ask these questions to these specific technologies, they answer correctly. So unless you, the only reason why we say it's hallucinating, it gives wrong precedence, is when we ask a question to OpenAI, which it is not yet trained enough. So we know even this is happening successfully. And we have done some basic drafting. You can ask any simple model to draft something, it will draft something. And precedence is also there, resource suggestions, okay. The Bar Council is also having the research libraries. And earlier we used to have books, then we had, so now all the research libraries are more like a question answer, or they will eventually become a question answer RAG systems. Which also goes to say that even our VDR, our virtual data room, would eventually become a RAG system. I'll explain. In financial utilities, we see NESL is integrating it in somehow, and then there are some systems which are already doing claim authentication. And then there are auctions also, which is another, the next session is going to be on e-auction, and I believe they're also including something about AI in there, in the system. So now that we have gone over these 4 things, basic issues, some benefits, some guardrails we need to see, and what the current use is, I believe I'm going to pause my monologue here, and let's understand. Oh, or maybe I should, okay, get a little more excitement into the system first, so that we can ask. So I'm going to show you what an agent is, what it looks like, and how it works. So now let's go to the other extreme of my discussion, which probably would have been the last, but I'm going to bring it up. So let's see. We all know what a chat GPT question answer thing is, but we haven't seen an agent run. So let me show you what. Why can't I? Okay, I need to pause this. I need to stop it here. I need to back here. I need to go Kanban. And now I need to share again. Share. So can we all see the black screen now? Like the which says company research team? Anyone?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So this is what an inside of an agent is. So what is this agent? Is that what are we trying to do? We are asking him to do a research on a company, and just go out in the internet, do a research, do whatever, just give us a ready-made answer, so that we ourselves don't have to go online and go to 5 different sites and copy paste stuff and then make a report. Now, this agent has sub-agents. So there is a funding specialist who's going to do some research on funding and growth about the company. Then this guy is going to examine the operational insights, which is, so we call it an analyst. and somebody to do the exit strategies, and somebody to do a market position analysis. So what you really see here is an acquisition strategist and a report compiler. So an agent is not just one thing, it is a set of sub agents. So there is a supervisor who sends out these, well, let's call them agents, to go do some specific tasks. They go to certain sites and use certain tools and get certain information. The supervisor then collates it together and presents it to you in the form of a report. So this is what an agent is. Now, I'll not go through this part because although this is no rocket science, what is the name, what is the role, what is the goal, and what tool is it going to use? And then, therefore, there is a funding agent, who's a funding specialist. It does research, it gathers this, and there is some tool. So essentially, we give some kind of this thing, and we ask him to now make a report. So if we ask these guys to start, so this is a company, okay, so there was a default company called Vercel. So if you see these agents are now running and this guy is saying, all right, I am going out to this particular website and I'm going to go to this website and then I gather some data and this is what it's doing. Now it's done its job and it's moved on. It says, look, I've done my job and I'm in the done area. Now it's the next guy who's doing its job. And when it's doing his job, now this guy was the funding guy, and he's figured out some funding analysis of series of something, and he says, look, I've done my job. So as you see, each one of the agents are doing their run and doing their job until a final team together has done a particular work. Now this guy is compiling all the data into a comprehensive report based on this particular company name, and we are going to see a report being created. So we just give it a couple of seconds to finish and it's finished. And if we see the result, he says, this is the report it's created. So this is the introduction of the company. This is the business model. These are the revenue sources. Yeah. Market segmentation, customer acquisition, future strategies, conclusion, etc. Now, this is just an example of what an agent is and how it's doing. So let's go back to our presentation now and see what have we seen here and how do I go back? I go click here. Yeah, right. So what we saw just now was, okay, the general discussion of IBC agents and how one agent ran for us. Now let's see what a CIRP process is, various CIRP processes, and what are the agents inside these processes that can run. So if we look at pre-admission, so can we have an agent do a pre-screening of an application where it checks out for missing documents, errors, procedural lapse, or timelines? Keeping in mind what we saw in that agent run, we can see that this is an area where something can be done. Likewise in claim collection. So if we can have a form where people can, naturally there is a form, but an online form, where people put in their claims, give their attachments, gives it to an agent. The agent goes through all the attachments, checks it against the claim data that has been put in, and gives its understanding of where the discrepancies are, if any. And the starting point for an IP in a claim verification process would be that it's already summarized. Sometimes a claim verification could be hundreds of pages of attachments that come along with the claims. And all one really needs to do is find if the name matches, if the amount matches, if the date matches, if the content, and we can do a cursory one-to-one mapping, but we may not have the time to go through all the documents, and we definitely might just miss out on something, which would eventually end up causing a problem, because IBBI, when it will do its inspection, just might end up using AI. And that AI will say that the IP did not go through all the claim documents thoroughly. Because now on the other side, the flip side is also going to be AI enabled eventually. So it's a catch-22, but what we are seeing is that in each of these sub-processes of a CIRP, we have to do a one-to-one mapping of what agent can do what job in each of this uh, process. And then you have to bring these processes or bring this inputs into your own workflow. So your workflow typically for an IP is an Excel worksheet or a Word, or some of us are using some kind of technology, basically some project management software, Kanban thing. And these agents have to could do their job and hand it over to the IP to take it from there on. So I believe I should give us all a pause here, and let me ask. Let's ask ourselves a few questions now. So I believe the first question we need to ask is what is your understanding of AI so far, and what are the issues you agree or disagree with so far with me? Also, I'd like to know what outcomes are you wanting to derive from this webinar? I mean, at the end of the day, we are all sitting here on a Friday morning, spending our precious time, and we definitely looking forward to certain things. So I'd like to know, let's brainstorm over a list of things that you are facing, and it could be anything. I mean, literally, sky's the limit. It's more like you asking God ke is वरदान दिया है, जो मर्जी मांगो. So ask for anything. Let's see where it goes. And so I guess I'll open. Everybody's sort of free to speak, and I'd like to know more about your end of the stories now. So anyone? Yeah.
Yeah, sir. This is Rakesh Mishra. Just wanted to say, is there any official communication on the stand on AI by our regulators, IBBI or the IPAs, that how much IPs can take help of AI? Because, okay, AI is now a global phenomenon. Everybody is aware of it. And as you very rightly said, even Supreme Court of India is using this for some purposes. So first of all, is there any a mandate from the regulator and IPAs that yes, all IPs are free to use AI for their benefit? Naturally, when you give this freedom or this liberty to the IPs to use this, whatever risks are there, that is again on the account of IPs that we have to be fully aware of it. So my one question is that yes, whether there is anything like if I use it, whether there will be a consequence. So this point I wanted to,
let's answer this. IBBI or IPA, I believe they will never mandate anything. I mean, when we use Excel or a calculator or a WordPad or a computer,
yes,
they don't say use an Excel sheet, don't use an Excel sheet. They're like,
correct,
get the work done. We don't care how it gets done.
yeah.
And why would they take it upon themselves that we can throw it back at them and says, आपने कहा था मैंने किया. तो वो नहीं मानेंगे. वो बोलेंगे,
Yes,
hello, we don't know what you guys are talking about. You
yeah,
figure out, you are the professionals. You figure out
yeah,
whether it's right or wrong, and we will hold you responsible only if there is something wrong.
Oh, that is true. That's true.
And we will take it only if we are convinced that it is right. So
Correct.
today's discussion, I believe we are trying to find how right or wrong it is, how good or bad it is for us. But to say that they're going to mandate, but we have the government mandating AI everywhere. The government is
Yes.
saying AI needs to go everywhere. They have allocated some, I don't know how many thousands of crores to train all the teachers on AI.
Yeah.
Now, one may say the schools should not allow, all these AI to come in the school, but
Uh,
it has always been a catch-22 in life. A TV is good or bad, even milk is good or bad. No one knows. It's how you use it. So to say
yes.
whether IBB or IP is going to mandate it, they will not mandate, but we will have to showcase it to them so they are convinced, so they are not biased against us using it.
Okay.
All we are trying to do is, okay, look, tomorrow when we go, they don't ask, did you use Gmail or a Hotmail, and why not a Zoho mail?
Yes.
Nobody asks these kind of questions, and they won't. So nobody's going to mandate it. We have to figure it out ourselves. So to Rakeshji, otherwise, what else? What is your understanding of how do you use AI so far, or what is your understanding, and why have you come to this webinar?
Honestly, I have not taken too much of help of AI per se, but seeing your screen and the AI agents and all that, yes, it does make sense to use it very judiciously, because we have to, ultimately, the responsibility is on IP. It is, we cannot shirk our responsibility tomorrow if anything goes. And yes, what very rightly you have said is the chances of data leaking. We have to be extremely careful. Like whatever data, like we are mandated that as an IP, I have to ensure that nobody, this data remains confidential till the end of the process. So at no point of time the data can leak. And as you very rightly said, that certain open AIs, if you share with them, naturally the whole world will come to know about it. So there we have to be very judicious, but uh, things like claim collation and all those where it can be used, pre CRP things to be done, checks and balances. Okay, we all have made this now that we have learned over a period of time. So we try to make a checklist on our own and do our own due diligence. But yes, it makes sense. I am fully convinced on this. Like, okay, you can use it judiciously. There will be time saving and certain results which will come out. You can always, to the extent, don't trust 100%, but yes,
Trust
with
but
amount
verify.
of, yes,
Trust but verify.
correct, correct. But it is useful. There's no doubt about it. Let's be. I'm quite convinced that it is useful, and there is no reason why one should not be using it.
So can we have others pitch in?
See, see, as far as I think, AI is the next big thing. Means it's not a big. It will today it seems to be a big thing, but over a period of time, say what internet used to be about 25, 30 years back, it was a big thing when only few of the professionals have access to internet. Now AI, yes, we need to learn, and I think tomorrow every common man has to face AI, because even as you rightly said, tomorrow IBBA or somebody else may start checking our work through AI also. So whatever the big data is for them, it will be easy. So I understand means we have to now get used to it AI, and we have to start doing something. Yes, of course there are challenges. There would be a challenge for OpenAI and all, but yes, unless you start using it, unless you face some problems, you cannot go to the next level.
So Mukeshji, you're presently using ChatGPT question answers and
No, sir,
generally some
actually I am not
experimenting.
using, but I have started because I wanted to understand first AI. So I am new to AI,
Hmm.
honestly, but seeing it, looking at your presentation, I realized that you have to face it if you want to survive in this profession. Not only in this profession, any profession,
Anywhere,
you have
anywhere.
to use AI as if you are using today internet. So you have to use AI. That's what I can take learning from your this right now
Okay.
till.
Hanji, any more?
So I'll be using some OpenAI or something, whatever. I will start with
हाँ, what we can
that
do is,
familiarity
वो
with
तो
this.
नहीं, वो तो है क्वेश्चन आंसर तो अभी आपको पूछना तो I also ask,
No,
everybody
I
does.
will start using it and I would like to
Okay,
know, जैसे I am
right.
told some Windows LM है, कुछ इसका है, Windows का भी है.
एक ये भी है, there are hundreds. The moment there is one technology that opens up, immediately there are hundreds of those, and you have no idea which one is good or bad because everybody is now claiming it.
So
So
at least we should
choosing
start using some one or two at least to start with, and then
one or two to figure out which one is really suitable, because selection of a framework, of which model to use, etc., all these things. But yeah,
yeah, and I also like once I tried also, it is how you put up your questions and what type of, because if simple mistake in your questioning or something, it's after all it is artificial. It's not a natural.
correct, correct,
So even a
correct.
simple mistake and error in your questioning will give you different output. That's what.
No, there is a whole course on prompt engineering, which is how do you prompt. And legal prompting is very different from other prompting. You'll never get a right answer if you don't know what to ask. So what we typically do wrong is, one, we go to ChatGPT, which is a very general model. So it'll never know something very specific to what you're asking. It may or may not. Most likely it won't. Secondly, that to ask a specific questions of law requires a specific way of asking. So unless you don't understand that language, and unfortunately, every model has a different prompting technique. So you literally, you can't be learning everything. Of course, you're supposed to be a perpetual learner, but there is a limit to what one would want to learn. And you have to finalize a model, finalize a set of your prompts, and then stick to it if they work. So that is also an exploratory sort of a thing. And I guess we will go over it in our presentation also. So
Yes.
anyone else?
Sir, I had a question.
Hanji.
In fact, two questions. One, that slide on AI agent, which you showed how to prepare a company presentation, can that be shared with all the participants? Number one. And this prompt engineering, with what you said, how do we learn it? Is there any good YouTube channel or YouTube video which you will recommend or something for us?
सर प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग का यूट्यूब पे तो बहुत कुछ मिल जाएगा, लेकिन एवरीबडी इज डूइंग प्रॉम्प्टिंग इन देयर डोमेन. नोबडी इज डूइंग प्रॉम्प्टिंग इन द डोमेन ऑफ इंसॉल्वेंसी लॉ. So वो उसके लिए तो whatever I have learned, I believe I could be holding more of such webinars specifically to prompting. As it is, I did put up there are a lot of people who are trying to do this, teaching prompting in legal domain. And so there was this flyer I had put up on the WhatsApp group also. It's a 3-month long course. I mean, we don't have 3 months. We barely have three hours. But prompt engineering के लिए जो again I come back, it's not about prompt engineering alone. It's about which model are you prompting to. उधर दूसरी तरफ कौन बैठा है. अगर उधर OpenAI बैठा है तो आप एक सेट ऑफ प्रॉम्प्ट्स बनाते हो जो काम करते हैं. फेयर इनफ. अगर आप उसको जेमिनाई कर दोगे तो उसका जवाब बदल जाएगा. उसके जेमिनाई की प्रॉम्प्टिंग अलग होती है. तो अब पहले तो मैं मॉडल डिसाइड करूंगा, फिर प्रॉम्प्ट सीखूंगा, या मैं अपना मॉडल जो बनाना है एक बार उसको फाइनलाइज करके उसकी प्रॉम्प्टिंग करके फिर देन आई विल स्टिक टू वन. आई मीन यू हैव टू चूज वेदर यू हैव टू स्टिक. आई मीन यू देयर इज अ जनरल प्रॉम्प्टिंग टेक्निक, a generalized way of prompting, but if you really need to do the best job possible, then you need to learn prompting on specific model. So prompt engineering तो हमें खुद यूज करना पड़ेगा और आपस में एक दूसरे को बताना पड़ेगा कि क्या काम किया, और उसका लिस्ट बना के आपस में एक शेयर करना पड़ेगा. That's one my understanding. So far as AI agent is concerned, what I showed you was not a presentation. It was a demo of what an agent is and how a couple of agents get together, do certain jobs, and make certain report. Now we need to extrapolate that aspect to our processes and say ये process को कौन से सब agents चाहिए और वो agents कहाँ जाके कौन सा data लाके किस तरह का report बनाएंगे. I mean, it's all these connection of all these dots which is very critical for a good answer. Otherwise, you'll get some answer anyway. But वो सब आंसर will never, we'll always say तो कुछ मजा नहीं आया, तो hallucinate करता है, ये तो ऐसा है, ये तो वैसा है, वो तो, which is obviously true because it's not kids play that we talk about. After all, it's gonna be reaching our level of competence. So we are no joke. I mean, we have reached here after so much of learning, etc. And therefore, it is not going to be a simple cakewalk to prepare or make these kind of agents which will actually work at our level. It's going to be a long drawn. So iske andar there is no presentation that I have to give, but I will give you something to work on, and you'll be able to see all these agents at work. You can sort of play with these agents yourself. So there's going to be an agentic playground where you can play, and we are also trying to develop an experiment which works, what doesn't. And since we are experimenting, everybody else is most welcome to join the gang. And so that's your answer.
Sir, I must add one thing. Sir, I've been listening to many YouTube videos on AI, but the way you showed that AI agent ka wo jo slide hai na, that is very useful. I've not seen anything of that sort.
We keep talking about agents, but we don't even know what an agent looks like, what it runs, how it does. और जो कोड वाला पार्ट था ना, अगर आप उसको थोड़ा सा भी ध्यान से देखोगे तो even you'll be able to code that much. It's not really coding, it's prompting. The left side thing was all one big prompt saying तू ये करना, तू ये करना, तू वहां जाके ऐसे करना, तू वहां जाके ऐसे करना, तुम सारे इकट्ठे करके इसको देना, तू मेरे को रिपोर्ट बना के देना.
ठीक.
कहानी इतनी है, लेकिन वो किसको क्या कहना है, कैसे कहना है, कैसे कहाँ से करवाना है, वो डेटा कहाँ से लाएगा, वो सारा उसको, it's how do we connect the dots. So I believe we'll get an opportunity to do that. Anyone else? Okay. So let's go back to our presentation. I was screen sharing. What happened? Was I? I'm still screen sharing. The hell? Okay. So I will. So there are these we can break our CIRP process into these or many. I mean, all of us can do it in our own ways. Claim collation, COC formation, meetings, IM preparation, bidder reach out, VDR. As I said, VDR will eventually has already started, or that's what we do. It started to look like ChatGPT. So investor comes into a VDR situation where he doesn't see PDFs, hundreds of PDFs, or he doesn't come to my office and see, oh, ji, wahan pe baith jao, or all the papers is lying there, and he's sitting with his 4 people flipping through it. Everything is fed into a RAG system. So let me tell you what a RAG system is so that we can have a good conversation. What you see in open ChatGPT is a RAG system. Let's put it that way. Although it's not, but for the sake of simplicity. जब भी आप कहीं जाके सवाल पूछ के जवाब मिलता है तो उसको हम टेक्नोलॉजी में RAG बोलते हैं, retrieval augmented generation. So we augment the retrieval process in order to generate a response. I mean, that's the fancy way of putting it. But essentially, आप सवाल पूछो वो जवाब दे रहा है. तो अगर आप अपने सारे VDR के डॉक्यूमेंट्स किसी ढंग से एक मॉडल को पढ़ा दो और सारे उसको VDR बोल दो, और resolution applicants go into that situation and ask a question, and they get an answer along with the reference कि फलानी किताब के फलाने पेज पे जाके खोल के देखना, और देख लो ये PDF आ गया आपके सामने और किताब वो पढ़ी है, लेकिन क्वेश्चन आपका जवाब में नहीं दे. नाउ इट बिकम सो मच मोर इजियर. सवाल तो उसको 4 पूछने हैं, वो उसको 4 घंटे बाद मिले या 4 मिनट में मिले, it will make your things faster. All VDR systems will become RAG systems. Now, these VDR RAG systems have to be naturally confidential, controlled, cannot be seen, cannot go out of the 4 bounds, four walls. How that happens, we will talk. But again, VDR is now going to be a RAG system. Although if we click it and see, okay, it simply says implement. Resolution plan बनाना, उसे evaluate करना, sensitivity analysis run करना, benchmark check करना, compare करना, ये सारी चीजें आप एजेंट से करवा सकते हो. आप खुद करोगे तो एक तो होगा नहीं, मुश्किल से होगा इतना समय, और there's no return on investment. But it's imperative because, as I say, the other party, IBBI or even NCLT, if they end up using AI, they will say आपने ये ध्यान नहीं दिया, आपको पता नहीं चला, sensitivity analysis नहीं किया आपने, आपको अगर ऐसा होता तो वैसा होता. So there can be hundreds of other questions. So again, I repeat, it's important. Monitoring, we'll have to see इनमें से कौन सी चीज पे कौन सा एजेंट कैसे काम करेगा, और वो करके दिखाए एक बार. जैसे हमने देखा ये वाले एजेंट को कंपनी का रिपोर्ट बनाते हुए, उसी तरह से हमें एजेंट्स दिखाएंगे ये काम करते हुए, एंड वी विल यूज देम इफ वी आर कन्विंस्ड, एंड if they follow all the guardrails and whatever else. Same is true for CI, your liquidation process. Sorry. Okay. Same is true for liquid. Yeah.
Sir, can I say something?
हाँ जी, बोलो.
Sir. Actually, if we see, even when the internet has come, there were these challenges that
Right.
safety and confidentiality matters.
Correct.
And today we are in the era that artificial intelligence is mostly used by even regulatory government authorities nowadays.
Correct.
So, as a IP, we can also take up this challenging task. But only thing is, we need to have more learning. That how we should make ensure that the confidentiality is being maintained, though the questions are posed into the system. But precautionary things we need to learn more, and the institutions are also need to have more sessions on this. AI and all chat GPT. So how much we can use, how to use, and what are the precautions to be taken. More technical sessions will help actually to understand what are the precautions and how better way we should use it, and to safeguard ourselves and to make best use of. We cannot today completely ignore either chat GPT or AI because it is the order of the day. We have to go with it. Only thing is we need to handle the challenges. I know we request any more sessions like on this chat GPT and AI, to what extent can be used with the practical aspects. That will be more useful for all IPs.
So, Anjali, if you are there.
Sir?
I know, I said there is ICSI, somebody from ICSI here who's supposed to be taking note of this. Don't worry, I believe I will take it upon myself to take more sessions as and when there is sessions worth taking. So if there is something worth telling, I will get in. And otherwise also, एक तो हमें ये तो पता ही है कि हमें prompt engineering पे तो लेना ही है. I already have something this on my calendar. Agents के बाद फिर prompt engineering. So yeah, you're absolutely right. The more exposed we are to all these technologies, and if we can use them naturally. Okay.
Only thing is, sir, wherever possible, we can have a small groups of WhatsApp or anything. Whoever comes to know that they have used it this way, or they have found this is some more dangerous or some more not to be used. Those do's and don'ts may be shared by our own professionals in the groups. Then it will be useful. Also, whatever bad experience, good experience I had, I will share with all of others, and all others who is having good or bad experience, they can share, so that we will have some precautions on hand.
Can we take this opportunity to be on Aratai? Because I already have this group and there are people already, we are sharing all these things specifically to this.
Definitely, sir.
आप सारे जने अभी अगर 2 मिनट थोड़ा सा निकाल के आरटाई को डाउनलोड करके वहां पे जाएं तो रेजोल्यूशन बाजार के अंदर ये डिस्कशंस पहले ही चल रही हैं. प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग, I mean there is the core group and I believe all of us can join. I'm going to open it up एंड उसके अंदर सिर्फ इसी चीज की डिस्कशन हो रही है कि this prompt works in that way and this doesn't, whatever. So if all of us can join there, it'll be great. And since I'm in the process of shifting out of WhatsApp for whatever reason, call me whatever, but आप सारे जने अगर आएंगे वहां पे तो then the joining is all and learning is all going to be there as well.
Sir, how can we join there?
कुछ नहीं,
Because
RTI
I've
पे आप
already
वहां
downloaded
पे
that.
आप RTI पे जाके आई थिंक सर्च करोगे, ग्रुप को सर्च करो, वहां रेजोल्यूशन बाजार के नाम से आएगा, मेरे ख्याल तो ऐसे ही होता
In
है.
the group,
If you, there is a search button on top,
correct.
and if
Resolution.
you do resolution, yeah, it should, does it come or मेरे
No,
तो आ
it is
जाता है.
not coming on group.
So what I'll do is I will just make a link and share the link over here. All of
Okay.
you can
Sure, sir.
join here, right? Something like that.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I'm already there on RTI, sir. But how to do it?
अगर आप RTI पे ग्रुप सर्च, मेरे को इतना, एक मिनट में देखता हूँ.
ग्रुप सर्च में नहीं आ रहा है सर.
ग्रुप सर्च में नहीं आ, एक्सप्लोर चैनल्स में आएगा.
Okay, just let me
एक्सप्लोर
try.
चैनल्स,
Explore contacts.
Explore contacts, direct groups.
चैनल नहीं है ना मेरा, ये चैनल थोड़े ना, तो ग्रुप है.
Channels.
No. Okay.
Yeah, explore channels is there. Create.
नहीं, एक्सप्लोर चैनल है, but what we have made is not a channel. What we have made is a group. So
You can share the link, sir, so that we can join
I
from that
think
link.
that is the only option there. Yes. So,
You can send the invite, sir. That will be
मैं
better.
वही कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को खुद मैं देख रहा हूँ कैसे करना है, because there are certain things. Anyway, so the moral of the story being, we'll definitely do this. The moral being that we will have a group and we will have all these detailed discussion of its usage there. Okay, anyone else? Okay, I will go back to the presentation. So as I was saying, CIRP के बाद CILP के अंदर भी एसेट रजिस्टर के अंदर डेटा MCA से, लैंड रजिस्ट्री से, GST रिकॉर्ड से कहाँ से कैसे पुल करोगे और उसको कैसे मैच करोगे एंटिटी के साथ, कौन सा एसेट कहाँ पड़ा हुआ है, और वो अगर बैलेंस शीट में नहीं हमें दिख रहा तो इट हैज टू फ्लैग. सो आई मीन दीज आर, एज आई सेड, लेट्स आस्क फॉर द मून, लेट्स आस्क फॉर द इम्पॉसिबल, एंड देन लेट्स सी how can it be done. And once we sit on an impossible question, we will sooner or later find an answer. I mean, being an optimist, that's how I work. नहीं मिलेगा तो नहीं मिलेगा. Otherwise, same for asset valuation. So what we are doing is we're trying to make an agent which somehow has all the price of the going price in the market, and also the government asking, and then it sort of figures out what valuation of the land could be in a particular locality. So if we give it a GPS point, GPS coordinates, and it figures out, you know, the particular land situation, then it can go figure out somehow कि उसकी क्या valuation होनी चाहिए. I mean, so we're trying to go as far as that to see if it can go there. Asset marketing की अगर हम बात करें तो अगर if there is a company in resolution liquidation, and it can go out and find similar companies in similar state who have the potential, who may have the potential of taking it over, then customizing an email saying कि ये चीज आपके बहुत काम की है, आप ऑलरेडी ये वाला काम कर रहे हो, अगर आप ये कर लोगे तो ये आपके वर्टिकल इंटीग्रेशन या हॉरिजॉन्टल इंटीग्रेशन ऐसे ऐसे करके we can sort of spin it in such a way the guy should come running for that particular asset. Now, it's possible that you customize an email for each of the potential buyer separately, so that it's not one email saying property such and such is for sale. You actually hard sell it. And therefore, if an agent can make an email based on the strengths of the company on sale and the potential buyer, we may have a better opportunity or better situation of it being taken over at a better price. So if we look at all these processes and we try to break them down, and then if we look at each of the process and try to create an agent around it, then we can keep going down this rabbit hole till we find some great answers. Now, let me go over this last point so that we can go over. So the last 2 points are global use and roadmap. So globally, we see that so many other countries are already doing it, and they're already ahead of us. And therefore, if we have to catch up with UK, Australia, Singapore, US, we have to run. We have no option. We can't sit. AI is already using company records and spotting red flags. My question here is to our regulators also, who need to. So let's take this scenario. For a big company, we ask them to file XBRL reports. And what is an XBRL report at the end of the day? It just requires an extra half an hour worth of effort and your press of a button. Now, why should such a simple thing for maybe which may cost another extra 1,000, 2,000 rupees? If we make it mandatory for all companies, as in public companies, private limited, public limited, LLPs, all MCA companies, big or small. Now you have, and you expose this XBRL to agents. Now my agent can sit and keep going through everything, spotting red flags, if at all, ye company ka lafda hone wala, ye company isme, I mean, this is the big picture. But even if you take a small picture, you go to a bank, and a bank has given loans to certain companies, and they need to keep these companies on their watch list. All these companies will submit the XBRLs, and agents are going to sit on XBRL to early warning system to keep an eye on what's happening to the company, and it can predict कि ये company का कुछ गड़बड़ चल रहा है. Corrective actions can be taken long before. And this has been happening in US, UK from time immemorial, except in MCA, where we are sitting on XBRLs and we don't know what to do with them. And those XBRLs also limited to companies, I think above what, 100 crores, or how many crores is that, where XBRL is mandatory. Now, if it's going to cost nothing and technology is already going to make an XBRL, just make sure that everybody submits one, and then they should somehow also allow these are all public records. Why are we holding them back? Because without data, they can't be an early warning system. So maybe, someone has to go to them, which could be me, but yeah, all of us should go to them and say, please start accepting XBRL from everyone, and give us access, give our agents access to them. And then we will show you magic. Because once you have an XBRL, there are two ways. One is a company can have 5 XBRLs across 5 years. So intra-company movement of finances, I can see my agents will be able to make dashboards saying this is what's happening inside a company. And if there are similar companies, then inter-company, I can say, how is this company positioned against its related competitors? So much of power and such a low-hanging fruit, which has been hanging for, past how many years? And yet we are discussing and debating on non-issues, I believe. So, well, I have a little, so when I see UK do it, and then I see that they have been doing it for so many years, I ask myself a question: what's wrong with us? Why? Either we don't know what's happening, we don't want to believe what's happening. Okay, even if you don't know what's happening, there is nothing one has to do anyway. You are just doing, part of your job, which is making public data public. And जब देने वाले को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है XBRL, तो लेने वाले को क्या दिक्कत है? और अगर आप 100 रुपए दे के मेरे को वैसे ही सारा कुछ दे रहे हो, तो मेरे को API दे दो, मैं उससे अपने आप मेरा एजेंट बात कर लिया करेगा. इट विल कीप रनिंग थ्रू whatever watch list of companies that I have to keep an eye on what's happening. Now they are also doing turnaround plans against industry standards anyway, guidance on ethical issues. They are classifying, well, stricter transparency, auditable, same thing. This goes without saying that we will continue to ensure that it's auditable, it's confidential, it's GD, whatever is required to be. So let's not throw confidentiality at everything. If it's a public data and if it's a public company and it's a public balance sheet, then what confidentiality are we talking about? It's not supposed to be confidential. So to say, oh, no, everything is confidential, don't even ask for my name, don't even ask for my telephone number. What is supposed to be confidential? Let's identify that first. And you will find that out of 100 things, only 5 need to be confidential. 95 are otherwise available anyway. But we throw the word confidentiality at everything in such a way, and we say, all right, now we don't have to do anything because it's confidential. And therefore, we limit our progress. So all these questions are now going to be asked. Somebody will ask, I'm asking, we'll all end up asking. And naturally, it can detect phoenixing, a company shuts down, the same people open another. What is happening behind the scenes? It's not about company alone. It's how the directors with DIN numbers moving around. So I can trace a DIN number saying, ये बंदा क्या करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. तो बहुत कुछ किया जा सकता है और आपने तो कुछ करना ही नहीं है. DIN is a DIN number or a director is whatever public information. I'm not asking for his personal accounts or anything. But whatever is available is more than enough as long as it is made available. The problem is it is not. Naturally, suspicions, patterns, etc. can be done. And this is what's happening. I mean, I haven't put in Singapore, US. All these guys are doing. You go to YouTube and listen to what is happening in Singapore conferences and all. You'll find they are way, way ahead. Their thought structures and their mark क्षमता is like कहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं. और हम अभी इतने साल में छोटा सा काम नहीं होता. So one has to ask as to what's wrong. If we look at AI roadmap, naturally we digitize claim verification. We can provide RPs and even banks with dashboards. IBBI can have, everybody needs a dashboard. Anybody who's doing with any company requires a dashboard to keep an eye on it. How else do you keep an eye on a company? So if banks have 100 companies they've loaned to, so they need a dashboard which gives them a bird's eye view of all the 100 companies with live feed, or even if it's not live, it's a quarterly or whatever, however they receive the financials, which should be mandated on in XBRL. मैं PDF का क्या करूँगा? PDF को मैं OCR करूँगा, फिर उसका मैं Excel में डालूंगा, फिर उसका मैं पता नहीं क्या करूँगा. I mean, why are we doing all this? It's just a button away and Tally is already giving everything. We are not asking for it, therefore nobody is doing it. Whereas we ask and all of a sudden the floodgates open and everything is available. It's how we want to look at things. So AI is going to force us to relook at things and relook at everything with fresh eyes. If we standardize formats across everything, I mean, even legal formats, the court orders, if they could have a standard format, the resolution plans, if they could have a standard format, if we could receive those plans in an XBRL form, bang, you're done. And what does it require? Same thing. And it's not that when you say an XBRL, everything is not written in stone. There are notes upon notes that you can write whatever you want to. But there are certain standard things which the system can understand. The rest, it will read from the notes. So you write whatever else over there. So there are two parts to a resolution plan. There can be two parts to it. One is the static, where all the sections, subsections, the standard, upfront, equity, delayed payments, etc. All those can be put in a standard boxy format. And then whatever else you want to write, your terms and conditions, ask for the sun and moon on the other side, that we will see. That the system will also figure out कि ये चार चीजें तो हम दे नहीं सकते. So point is that we can make our life easier, provided we want to. My biggest problem is that we may not want to. We do not want to make our life easy, especially for people who feel that their livelihood will get impacted. I mean, our livelihood will get impacted if we don't do it. Their livelihood will get impacted if they do it. So whosoever is in power will call the shots.
Sir, AI is a change which everybody has to face it, whether you like it or not.
But there's gonna be such a pushback that I asked a lot of people. I said, look, I have this system. It's for free. It is going to help you in all these ways. Do you want it? They said, no. I said, why? They say, oh, we are happy with all this nonsense we're doing. We like our piles of paperwork. We like, we like the power that comes with keeping the files under our seats. So why will they let go? Now, who would want that? Who would not want that is, although it's inevitable, but it will eventually go through its entire period of pushback and push forward until it settles somewhere. We can get AI to make documents. So how will this happen? I will explain. Database integration with, again, NESL, IBBI, MCA. If there is a claim which needs to be verified, if I can fire some kind of an API call to NESL database, it says, हाँ है, green, yes, green, red, whatever. And then I can incorporate it. Otherwise, I'll have to manually do it. Same goes with everyone. So the question is, we need to have all of them open their public information to the public through a technology called API. API is just a call. The agent wants to talk. Agent wants to get some information, and there is a system by which it receives that information. Paid it may be, but if it's public, it's available, it is paid, we are happy. At least we can get our agents to do some work. Otherwise, without data, what do you expect an agent to do? So it's incumbent on everybody to first determine what is public and what is private, and whatever is public be made public. 29A, again, one can go get the agents to run across all different databases and make a report. Just like you make a report on company information, you make a report on individual information. There's a specific way. So here in 29A, if you see those sub-agents that I showed you, we'll have one agent doing litigation check, one agent doing your FICO score, some agent doing something. Each of the agents are running in different directions, coming back and making a report. That's what we eventually do. So that is going to happen. Resolution plan, starting from preparation to evaluation to monitoring, sky's the limit. The question is, जब आप बैठते हो मैग्नीफाइंग ग्लास लेकर और आप एक टास्क को देखते हो कि ये मैंने किया क्या, ये हो क्या रहा है, और जब हम अपने आप से पूछते हैं कि ये वो कैसे करेगा, एजेंट कैसे करेगा, then the answers begin to open up. And two things will happen. Either, so, okay, the problem is, the negative way of seeing things are, कि यार, no more than 500 IPs are required. इतना तो काम ही नहीं है. इतना तो असाइनमेंट्स तो है नहीं, सो ऊपर से एआई भी आ जाएगा। तो जहां पे अभी हमारा एटलीस्ट एक केस चलता था, वो 2-3 साल लगता था, सबका गाड़ी चलती थी, अब आप तो 2 महीने में 6 महीने में खत्म करने की बात कर रहे हो। वी डोंट वांट इट, एंड इट मेक्स सेंस, the statement. However, if we look at the flip side, if we can identify all these, early warnings, the amount of problem that are there under the carpet could be so many that, all of us could have enough work. Magar sabne, either it's under the carpet or has already been captured in certain ways, and therefore AI will either get the banks to look at AI enabled IPs positively and say हम तो AI IP को ही देते हैं जी, हम दूसरे normal conventional IP से बात नहीं करते. Now, which is a very far-fetched thought. But that, and if we can help the banks, lower their risk by increasing their identification process and making an early warning system do the job for them, etc., which again requires XBRL, which requires agents. So it's like a stack of so many things which have to come together before all these, things can be achieved. So now that we have gone through, this is all the same thing. So this was the basic presentation that I wanted to give. So before I shift gears and go to the practical part, and one of the practical part that you already saw was this thing. We can see more of those if you want. So let me now shift to things that we have been able to do, using AI so far. So what we did was, all right, I call the on. Okay. So can everyone see the screen? The white one?
Yes,
Which
sir.
says IP Atul.
Yes.
Okay. So what we said, all right, what do we do now? What do we do with these AIs? The agents. So the first thing was chatbot. हमने बोला यार chatbot, what is a chatbot? A chatbot has, you ask a question, it'll give answer. So it needs to, know everything. So what we did was we said, all right, let's understand there is a mediation process, then there is an insolvency process, then there is a valuation process. And then there are academic stuff that we do, mock tests and all. And this is about the company, so let's forget that. In mediation, we said, all right, how about we have, what does a mediation chat require? What kind of data? So what we said, all right, there is a chat GPT. We need our own chat GPT with our own data in a closed, sandboxed environment. Can we make it? The answer is yes. Then we feed only certain type of data to that environment so that it can only answer from that environment. Although it still goes to a public model. I mean, it can go to OpenAI for, so what happens is that when you ask a query, it goes, picks up a relevant context from a closed environment, picks that context and gives it to a public model saying कि इस context को थोड़ा सा ठीक बना के दो. The public model just modifies it and makes it presentable and natural language processable and gives it back. So I said, if it can be done, why can't we make a chatbot for ODR and then make a chatbot for IBC and then make a chatbot for valuation? So he says, yes, if one can be done, then others can be done. So we said, all right, let's make an ODR chatbot. Let's ask it a question. So he says, ODR se aap kya question puchega? What is ODR, for example? So right now we said, all right, while we understand what do we want an ODR chatbot to do, is it a mediator, full-fledged mediator? No, it is not. Will it answer questions? Yes, it does. But related to what? Well, related to criminal law, because it needs to know criminal law. It needs to know mediation, arbitration law, etc. So let's feed it everything and let's see what happens. So if I were to ask ODR chatbot a question on whatever, let's say, I'm just going to do this on the fly. I don't know what the response is going to be because all these things are in the making. So please forgive if there's a technology glitch. Is there any criminal related question anyone would like to ask? Say section so and so of BNS or something like that? Anyone? So let me say, what are the sections in BNS related to murder? Oh, okay. Well, theft. So what sections? Authentication. Okay, I knew this. So we will work on it later. But the question is, let me see if I ask this, section 93, will this give the same problem? I should have verified this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I can ask a very specific question to a chatbot who I know how is he asking. He's answering it from these things that I have fed. And it's not a reference that is coming from anywhere else in the universe. So this is a closed, sandboxed environment. You can see this as a VDR. If I had to feed all the documents related to a company, which information I want exposed to the investors, I could make such a closed environment and get them to answer these questions along with the reference. So again, what I'm trying to showcase here is that chatbot is a chatbot. But now you make your own chatbots. And these chatbots are on the fly. And they are confidential, and they are secure, and they are under your control, etc., etc. So this is to do with one part. So this is one type of an agent. So actually, chatbot is also an agent. It goes, picks up some information, and then gives it to an LLM, processes it, brings it back, and this is the report that you get. So it's more, read this as a report, except that you see it in a different way. It's like one bot doing one job. There, in the earlier example I had shown was where there is a team of bots working together towards a common goal. So this is point number one, that let's make these chatbots on the fly. And the question arises, how much are they going to cost? Where are they going to be loaded, etc., etc. Those answers are there, but we will get into them later. Then we said, how can it help the professionals? So he says, look, why don't I go and put all the professionals on the map of India? Right? And if I were to search for myself, it says, hey, there is this, here's the gentleman here. And if I were to go here, I'll say, all right. And if I were to check for my biodata, it will show me my biodata, which is AI generated. Now, what AI does here is it goes to my LinkedIn profile, makes a biodata based on whatever is available, puts it up somewhere, and links it up with the map. So now I've I've only done it for myself, because then I can't do it for everyone. I mean, I can, but it's like I need to have your permission, etc., etc. So if I can have another name to see if it's really happening, give me a name. Let's say I go in for Rakesh Mishra ji. So Tirlokpuri sir.
It is there. Correct.
There you go. So right now it's showing your PIN number.
Yes,
but
sir.
I can have it very easily replaced with your buy data, which I'm not going to do anything, which I'm just going to ask an agent to run, and it'll ask for your LinkedIn number, or maybe we can send it to IBBI also, and
Yes.
depending upon where you want, and it'll make a nice resume, and it'll put it here, and we can relink it here, and now all of a sudden everybody can be searched for. So do we want to try another name?
You put my name, sir.
Mukesh Katuria ji?
Yes, sir. Just take care of the spelling, sir, over there. Katuria.
K
KHATHURI.
KHATH. सही हुआ, आ गया, इतने में ही आ गया. Kandivali East.
Yes, sir.
सही हुआ. So I know where you are now.
Okay.
400101.
Correct.
So the amount of things, I mean, literally once you get these agents to do something, you will find कि यार मैं मांगू क्या, ये तो सब कुछ ही दे रहा है, ये तो कुछ भी मांगो बता देता है. So you can imagine the power of what these agents can do. I mean, it's scary sometimes. Who could have?
Yes.
I couldn't have thought that I'll do this, but we said, अच्छा ये फिर तो ये भी हो सकता है, फिर ऐसे करो, अच्छा ये भी हो सकता है, do it, and all of a sudden you have this. So same is true for valuation agents. If we have any valuers over here with us, let's see if we can. Anybody who's a valuer? Valuation? No. Anyway, so again, same thing, but if we go here, so I've asked my team to put in, over here to put a drop down against domain expertise. Maybe he's a valuer of financial assets or land and building, whatever. So accordingly, we can do the filtration. Now that we have seen what a chatbot can do, or what this kind of thing can be done, your buy data, etc. Let's jump into agents. So now comes the real game. When you look at IBC agents, then you see a list of these possible agents that one can think of, and these processes. Now you want to figure these processes have tasks which can be done by these agents. And all I really have to do is determine whether these agents is what I desire, and drag and drop them into different processes. And you could have a process which is very much agentic working besides you. So if we look at assets, agents in asset management, and we look at agent asset discovery. So if we look at discovery agents, we find that we need asset identification agent. Somehow it will identify magically. How will it identify? We'll have to see. Then he will have to check if there is any encumbrance on this particular asset. And what is the valuation and pricing? And there are 3 agents running this task on asset discovery. So one says, yeah, if I could get down to doing this, that should be good. So let's run one and see what happens. Only that we don't have it ready yet. So maybe in our next webinar, I'll probably be able to show you some of the agents actually running. Then we said, no, valuation needs to be different. You just do asset identification and encumbrance, and we'll get valuation to be done differently because it's a different animal altogether. So it determines, so first it determines what is the type of asset, and it will call that asset. So is it a financial asset? Is it a land asset, or is it a machinery asset? And then how will it do the pricing? It will do some market analysis. I don't know where it will go somewhere and get if there are some transactions taking place. And it will do some market conditions and do some reserve pricing and auctions, whatever. So, and naturally, there are going to be limitations which we need to figure out. The human valuers have to remain, commercial wisdom has to be brought in, accountability, experience. All this will happen because at the end of the day, it's more like you go to the market and get a samosa. The guy has already fried it once. He just fries it one more time. So the agents are the first fry, and we'll be doing the second fry. And then I said, all right, how about claim management? So under claims, we said, all right, we need collation, verification, and then communication. So we say that the claims don't come to us in a PDF signed format. Of course they do, but that's only for the sake of paperwork and evidence. The tech part is different. So if I were, okay, if I were to show you, let me show you something else. If I were to, oh, there's no demo. Maybe I should make a demo here. And I should make a form. And I should make a form. And I should open it up. I should do an access. And I should do a refresh. So I'm going to give you an example of how this thing would work. So if I were to go here, it's a dummy form, so don't read into the form. Just appreciate the process. That if you were to do, you go to any form, it could be a claim form. It comes up as like this. It comes in two formats. So when I say the corporate debtor name is corporate, say debtor 111, you will see that it's already putting it here. So it's filling the PDF as well. So if I were to date of corporation, this is a typical form. But if I were to, as I fill the form here, you see that it fill on the right. Now, having done so fully and having done all the attachments, you can either download it as a PDF, sign it and send it across, or you can submit. Once you submit, then what I get from here is a format that my agent can read. The agent knows all these things now. So going back, in the claim management, the claim extraction agent is a JSON form. It's not a normal form. It's not an HTML form. It's not a PDF form. Well, it looks like an HTML. You download it as a PDF, but behind the scenes, it is agent form. It goes to claim verification agent, whose job is to, as I said, summarize and go through all the attachments and all and make its report. Saying ये claim में आपने ये लिखा है, ये मांगा है, आपके कागज ये कह रहे हैं, ये discrepancies है, ये है, वो है, और वो बना के रिपोर्ट बना के आपको just वो आपको if you can excuse me for a second, I guess I need a glass of water. Yeah. So it does its job and sends the report into your workflow. What is your workflow? Depends upon how you're working. So if you're working on an Excel sheet, it'll insert a row in your Excel sheet. It'll obviously send a mail to you. But all the mails and all the papers, we'd like to see them as evidence creation process. So tomorrow someone says, "Merko to mila nahi, hua nahi," one can always say, "Mail check," because it's time stamped, etc. Having done so, it can also fire a communication to the creditor or claimant. Yeah, aapka claim mil gaya, we are processing it. And it will send it across to the workflow agent of the IP. So is it doable? Yes. Are we doing it? Not yet. When we'll be able to show it? In a month's time. That way we can now go through all these different agents, and we can make more agents depending upon what we feel like. And we can get these agents to do whatever we want. We just need to know how to connect the dots. Now, what we are trying to achieve here is literally to create a front end for, so each of the IP with every assignment may need his own front end with his own claim forms and own IM, whatever public information we'd want to exchange. Everything, if it has to be private and confidential, it has to run on your own servers. It can't be a centralized server where it says, all right, everybody log into my system, everybody come into me, everybody upload all your files. No matter what I say, I'll still be able to see them. And the worst, if I can set my agents to run on your files, I could have I can keep an eye on things that you're doing, which would be a violation of, which would lose a secrecy aspect. So all the typical SaaS as in the normal conventional technologies are also now in jeopardy. Because the moment I have your data, earlier it was कि नहीं जी मैं आपका login नहीं करूंगा, मैं आपका data नहीं देखूंगा, इतनी सारी फाइलें हैं मेरे पास, इतना time थोड़े ना है. Now all those things are gone. I don't need time, I don't need anything. And if there is a central place where you're going to run your show, it's going to be questionable. Which leaves you to run your entire aspect on your own laptop, preferably without the internet. Manner of speech. So as to say कि अब हम क्या करें? I mean, to the extent कि अभी तो Gmail को भी आप, I mean, we are all shifting to Zoho Mail. If nothing else, it's an Indian system and they claim it's controlled, etc. Gmail claims nothing. Gmail says आपकी मर्जी है, हमने तो फ्री में दिया, आप कर रहे हो, आप मत करो. तो फिर हम बोलेंगे ठीक है, हम नहीं करते. So we need to identify now with every work that we do is where is the data going and who is going to be doing what with it. Best case scenario, we do everything ourselves, which is not possible. The next best scenario is we go for known controlled environments which are audited by regulators, authorities, etc., etc., which could mean Zoho, which could only mean Zoho. Other than you run your own server within your own office, intranet, to be taken to be run by your own team. But then again, it requires, a couple of people sitting on technology part of it. As it is, there are 100 problems. Now we have another new one. So, or we all get together, make these agents auditable to certain set of people. It's not a public thing. because it is quite a task to identify how to connect the dots and then to keep experimenting with the agents to ensure that they work, keep them up to date, whatever, and then share it amongst ourselves. So literally, when PM Modi says that, you know, we need to, where is our big four? And there is no big 4, 5 in, you know, because of whatever cultural issues that we have. But technology is going to force us to get together in certain ways. And I don't know, maybe become a big, you know, every domain should have big fours. So big fours in IP, IBC. And it has to revolve around AI. Because then you're not big four. Then it's a game of clout and power and money, etc. It's no more a game of technology. So now we know, essentially, this was an example to showcase what AI can do for you. Where is this? It's gone. It's gonna come. So what AI can do, what chatbots are doing, what agents can do. And we saw an example of one agent that ran. Now, if you are interested, I could give you a quick insight into how your typical workflow could be, which would be AI integrated workflow for you. So the best in the sense, the safest is go to Zoho. So first of all, we are advocating, Zoho itself is doing a lot of good job, giving a lot of automation for free. And this is Zoho mail mein chala gaya, Zoho projects. Right. So what we do is, typically, if we go to dashboard, these are the tasks. You have 174 open tasks, and you have some open issues, and there are a whole lot of things you can explore. But if you can Zoho projects, then essentially it's all task management. You have management of CD, you have avoidance transaction, you have committee of creators, you have NCLT interventions, you have wrap up appointments. So this thing. But if we go into, say, if we were to view management of corporate data, you'll say contact the CD, intimate the management or to the CD, visit the premises, and do security arrangement. This is the first part of how you take over the CD. And then these are tasks, and you can get into the task, and then you can see who has this task been given to and it has been done or not. It's a very typical project management thing, task management scenario. No rocket science here, except that we have to get used to this or similar type of software, which the AI agent can talk to. So what's going to happen? If you recall, the form gets filled, the attachments gets added to the form, it goes to an agent. It goes to, say, my agent, and you know me, and therefore the agent is secure. Let's assume that for a second. The agent runs its job in a confidential, secure, whatever manner, and makes a report. Forwards the form along with the attachments, along with the report, into Zoho. And what you see on Zoho is this kind of a task that opens up. And from here on, you get your team to look into it. If you're a solo IP, then it's you. If you are, I mean, the rest is all how Zoho manages. Zoho can manage hundreds of teams, etc. And this requires a little bit of training. There's a little bit of this thing itself. But it's nothing, it's just task management. And the reason it's task management is because we have no option but to do these kind of, use this kind of a software. One, because we should already have, if we have not. And two, now we have the agents integrating into Zoho, external agents, say my agents, our agents. And naturally, you can determine how these things are, as in these are tasks that you can insert yourself, like a typical to-do list application by somebody, and then a management monitoring committee avoidance transaction goes into opinion on avoidance transaction, give yourself some description, just a reminder of what else is required. And all these could literally be, I mean, it's not yet, but you'll very soon see a RAG sort of a system with some button here, which will fill these, fill in the blanks for you. So this is an example of the workflow. So when you say workflow integration, what does it mean? It means nothing. It means the Zoho, you go to Zoho, there is the N number. You can go use Zoho CRM, you can use, there are N number of modules. The simplest one being a task list and yeah, project management integration.
Sir, can I have one question, please?
But in case we don't like, so internally what we use is, in case, where am I? Why am I not? This meeting is being recorded. Okay. Okay. We have also tried to, so before using Zoho, we were using something like this for ourselves. Again, same thing. There were this particular project or this particular assignment. If you go to timeline, it will say, these are the timelines, etc. Same thing. And these are typical Kanban thing. Again, what you saw, the same thing, you saw it in agents. The agents go Kanban. So it's like a typical Kanban. It can be any of your workflow, the back-end workflow, as we call it. So I believe I should ask a few questions now.
Sir, I have one question. See, I'm seeing this all this data projects management. So my question is whether this management is all this data has been this data has been fed by you, and then all these informations are coming, or they have inbuilt data there.
So let me ask this one question first. आपको मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही थी?
Yes, sir.
अच्छा, क्योंकि मेरे को लगा के what am I doing? मेरे को लगा कि मेरी आवाज
we are hearing it.
Okay, so sorry, what was your question again? I didn't know.
So my question is कि ये जो आप data project management आपने जैसे बताया, इसमें you have giving that जो CIP process management of steps 1, 2, 3, 4. So these informations are inbuilt in that system, or you have created that process in that system?
हाँ. So there are two ways. Actually इसमें ना मैंने अरटाई पे शेयर भी किया है Zoho projects के नाम से. मैं इसको खोल के एक मिनट दिखा देता हूँ आपको. Okay, so what do? I go here. I go desktop or download. What am I doing? Download, maybe. Download Zoho projects. So if I were to show you, so it's a typical, you know what, you can, I mean, if you want,
okay,
you can right now go to Zoho projects, all of us, I mean, Zoho, log into Zoho projects, make our own like free account on Zoho.
Okay.
And this is what you see over here in my Excel sheet. is what we say, these are the swim lanes we call it, and these are the tasks. So हर एक बंदा बनाता है ना, ये सर हमारे जो नॉर्मल चेकलिस्ट वाले टास्क है ना, तो ये मैंने अपने लिए बनाए हैं, हमने अपने लिए. So I can share this with you. All we have to do is we have to load these, import these.
Okay.
We have to import these in Zoho. So if I were to go here and go to tasks, there is some way to import tasks. There is import tasks.
Okay.
So I go to import tasks. He says, बताओ कहाँ आपका Excel sheet कहाँ है? बोल रहा है ये मेरी CSV पड़ी है, तो वो बोलेगा CSV डालो. और आप अपने जो टास्क लिस्ट है, ये जोहो प्रोजेक्ट्स की मैंने टास्क लिस्ट है, ये मैंने इसमें इंपोर्ट करा, तो उसने टास्क्स बना दिए. Now you can put tasks, and you can also you can load timelines along with the tasks. It will start sending you notifications.
Okay. So whatever control sheet or chart we have prepared in Excel sheet, that we can import here, and on that basis, the Zoho team project will start giving the notification in the
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Simple as that. To the extent, if I were to show you one more thing, इसको छोड़ो, क्या करता है, तो बंद क्यों हो जाता है? Why do I do this? If I were to go here under academics, okay, I didn't show you the academics part, the mock test, case laws, case studies, same thing what we are doing, but this is more for educational, for GIP students, and again there are GIP grads. YouTube, if you go to company, there is insolvency tools here, right? Under insolvency tool, you can actually go to calendar, and you can choose your process, and you can choose your starting date, and then it just makes this list of tasks, and you can put your name, whatever, if you want to, and then you can download this as an ICS file. ICS file is a calendar file. So you can just download this, and your calendar will be loaded. You can load all these tasks on these dates into your calendar simply by using this tool.
Okay.
Right. Likewise, in our Excel sheet, we have tools where we load the start date and the end date, which will get imported into tasks.
Okay.
And then you will import it in Zoho. So all of a sudden, everything you have your process up and running.
Okay, sir.
This is again, we are trying it out for calculator. If you want to calculate a CRP fee, depending upon the complexity, etc., you can put in your quantity and calculate some kind of a fee structure. And this is just experimental. So, but we'd like to make it really work. So for some reason, the quantity of whatever. So you can play with this as well. Anyway, coming back, as I said, this is the list. By the way, I've already shared this list on Aratai. This file. So once you're able to go there, then you can play with it. You go to Zoho, you upload, insert the tasks, and then of course you can whatever delete. So let's go to the questions now. पूछिए sir. All right, so now we looked at the mediation, which is a process, insolvency, which is a process. So we don't really have to worry about the intricacies of the insolvency process, because we have fed everything to the chatbot. Now everything is known by the chatbot. Therefore, all the knowledge requirement is centralized, literally outsourced. As long as my chatbot is up to date, I really don't have to, unfortunately, remember anything, or maybe fortunately, क्योंकि अब मेरे को आदत पड़ जानी है इसको यूज करने की. Same goes for other things. Now this is from the angle of a professional. This is from our side, the professionals. But the investors want things differently, and the marketplace actually goes beyond. It goes into what we call as Investor Watch, where the same map now loads the company instead of the IP. So if we were to search for a company, give me a name of a company which is in insolvency. Any company?
You can write LILY.
LYLY.
LILY. Lily.
Lily. Okay, Lily.
Jewelry. JEWELLERY.
Lily hai hi nahi.
Jewelry.
I know, but Lily is not there. Something is wrong. No. Why is Lily? Lily अभी नया बना है? कितना पुराना है?
पुराना है, 2004 का है.
फिर शायद डाला नहीं होगा, अभी लेटेस्ट अभी 100 ये अभी के डाले हैं, बट होना तो फिर भी चाहिए था. Let's take another name, for example. Lily. Anybody with any other name? So let's say
Dharitrama Urja, DHAR.
So Urja is good. URJ.
URJ.
So there, if you say Urja, there are two Urjas here. One is in Delhi.
Yeah, Dharitrama Urja, correct.
There you go. And then there is one in Mumbai.
Okay.
So here, if you see from an investor point of view, he comes and he says, मेरे को बताना, हमने बता दिया, अब इसके बारे में आप बोलते हो इसका टीजर बताना.
Yeah.
तो जैसे उसने हमारा वो बनाया है, बायोडेटा बनाया है ऑन द फ्लाई, हमने एजेंट्स लगाए हुए, वो सबके टीजर्स बनाए हुए, बना सकता है.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, the investment teasers need not be shown in this format, which is a typical this thing. You go here, you figure out this is the best you can do. You can put it in the form of industry wise, and then you can again do the IP to do, I mean your AI to do this job. So this is all AI. दूर से ही पता चल जाता है कि ये AI ने बनाया है. लेकिन अब AI बनाएगा ना, इतने सारे अब हम बनाएंगे, हम उसको wheel weighted. Or you can actually go in the format of a teaser database, which is a typical what a company in announcements in IBBI list, and then you can do this. But then this versus this versus this, right? So not only this, we are looking at making intelligence, creating trends and insights into acquisition strategies, where there's an acquisition chatbot which talks in terms of resolution plan, what kind of a what are the different terms, conditions, whatever, which are allowed, not allowed, whatever. Acquisition agents, maybe teams of sorts, resources, investor tools, something same, company, etc. So, I mean, sky's the limit if you start thinking in these terms. So this is the future which we need to contend with.
Yeah.
Coming back to our beloved agents. So as we saw, this was one agent. There can be, let me show you another agent now that we have a little bit of time. It's only 12 o'clock. Come on. Okay. Where is this? I should have been more careful. So anyway, there was some example I had put here. Now I can't see it. Okay, here it is. Newsletter. So if we go to another agent, which looks like this, so this is a newsletter agent. Its job is to, again, go to the internet and to make a newsletter of sorts. So this is an example. If we say generate newsletter, we will find that there is this guy called Alex, and then there is guy Sam. Alex's job is to find and retrieve the content. His job is to filter the content, and this guy's Oliver's job is to edit and personalize the content, whatever, as per the requirement. The requirement being your prompt. Now, if I were to generate, what happens?
So these names are artificial or there's a natural
हाँ
name?
तो वह नहीं, क्योंकि इसने वैसे ही दे दिए, मतलब क्या
Okay.
लिखेंगे अपना अपना.
Yeah.
So why is it blocked? Maybe the API settings have to be done. So if I were to go here, generate again. Yeah. Okay, for some reason, so certain things are working, certain things are blocked. So a lot of these things, but essentially, maybe I should show you another one if this one is not working. No. So sports reporting, now these are all examples that are, you'll find plenty of these examples online. But none of these examples are relevant to us because they don't know what we are doing. They do whatever general stuff is, market report banana, ad optimization karna. These are all standard things that people just might want, and examples of how to run it, etc., etc. So we'll not go into details of how they are done, but broadly you've understood what these agents are and what all can we do with them. So do you want me to show you more, or do you want to ask questions, or have we had enough for the day? बहुत पढ़ाई हो गई मेरे को लगता है आज.
So if we have to take this, so like you need to pay for it.
Well, okay, good question. So right now, I am planning to open all this up for all of us for free with the request that you pay it forward. So I'm doing this so that we can all make use of it and make it better. And if we find merit in it, and if we find useful, then you find a way to pay it forward in your own way. I don't know how. Eventually, as long as AI is going to work to that extent, I have no issues, keeping it all free, because it's really AI doing the job. But the moment you involve the agents where I need to get involved, or some team needs to get involved, or other people need to get involved, naturally they all need to be paid. So as of now, and mind you, please, this is still not fully ready, except for IBC chatbot, I can say, because it's 100% there. Valuation is still to be loaded. ODR is still to be loaded. Academics is there, but not loaded. You will be able to see certain things, and we can keep preparing it. I mean, for example, if you say कि मेरा biodata लगा दो, तो AI ने बनाना है, it is going to take me 2 seconds or 2 minutes. So that's not an issue. एजेंट्स अभी बन रहे हैं, तो अभी मतलब जो बने हैं वो हम देख सकते हैं कि वो क्या क्या करेंगे. वी कैन सी द पोटेंशियल, बट we still don't have the product ready. So once the agents come into play, and agents are required to be used, initially a lot of effort has to go in to make sure everything is working fine. So to that extent, it is going to be paid, but it is going to be paid only if you get paid, or if the COC approves its payment for. And the way I see it is, That, how do we ensure now, where is secrecy in all this thing gone? Let's ask ourselves a question. Chatbot, you're asking a question, the bot is answering a question. There is no need for secrecy. This is all public information. So no issues here. Agents are being made and they are only being discussed. They have yet to be loaded here. And we can only see a glimpse of them over here. And these are also subject to change and further discussions. We can make a group to do all these discussions on all these things and take this discussion, make it more deeper. But there is no secrecy, etc. issues over here because there's nothing. This is a branding platform where people can come and search for you, and we can load your biodata if you want for free, and there is no secrecy involved here. So if you look at it, this entire platform is not asking for any information which is going to be secret. The only information that will come is when you'll start filling these kind of forms. Who fills these forms and where does the data from the form go? So the secrecy starts from here. And this is, don't see this as a form, see this as an agent. So it's form a public announcement agent. However, it starts in the form of a form where we fill the form and it goes to the agent, submit to fire storage, like submit to the agent, for example. Then its job is to do certain things and hand it over to your Zoho, as we saw. And then from here on, you take over and you figure out what to do, and no one has any control over what you're doing because this is all internal to you. So the only time this information remains external is while for this form to be filled. Now this form, when filled, will go to, say it goes to our agents. Now our agents, are they secure? Are they confidential? Well, you'll have to take someone's word for it. A word of an IP advocate, under controlled, better than unknown IT people who we have who don't know what they're talking about, who don't know whatever. And once that agent does his job, hands it over to you over here in your Zoho projects, it remains confidential from here on anyway. So this is point number one. Point number two is that these kind of chatbots or VDRs, this kind of a VDR, which, what I can do is I can make a sample sort of a site like this for an insolvency professional, where he says, this is my VDR, which you can go only if you log in. So you need to log in, and only investors are allowed to log in, which is very typical for what we do. Everybody logs in with the username password, and then they can chat with the bot. And then the IP, so this is an IP, read this mediation as VDR, right? So read this as your name, read this as VDR, read this as claimants, demo is claimants or claim forms or whatever. So, and all the claim forms will get loaded here. And then you can talk about the company if you want to over here, your company, which is the company in insolvency. And this could be your other things that you would want to share it with public, like up to date, your claim tables, etc. Yeah. So we have to look at all these things from the lens of what's happening to the data, where is it going? We have to use it, but we have to keep our eyes and ears open. Something like that. So I hope this session has been an eye-opening session, because all that we have been doing in the past, including everyone, including me and all, were talking about AI agents, what can they do? But this, I hope, is just an idea of its actual implementation, which where we're planning to take it.
No, it's great, sir. There is no doubt. I really appreciate the efforts which you have put in making this. You have put in a lot of efforts to bring it to this, position what it is. Otherwise, for most of us, it was just like, okay, but just trial and error, that type of thing. We're all very novice on this, no doubt about it.
नहीं, जोहो पे आप जोहो प्रोजेक्ट तो हम सबको सीखना ही चाहिए.
Yes.
और सारा, और जोहो का नाम लेते ही कोई कुछ कहेगा भी नहीं, presumably. So it's task management, and if we can integrate agents to do a half of our tasks and we do the other half, now we need to sell it to the bankers.
Yes,
and we have to prove it that you don't have to be an IPE, or you don't have to be on the rolls of the banker to do this job, because we have it and they don't. So if it's us versus them, then if they have a Brahmastra, so do we now. Now we need to sort of take it forward and sell it to the bankers. Actually, we may have to go to the bankers and help them. Say ki aap bhi ye karo na, use karo.
Yes.
I mean, everyone has to use it. The bankers, IBPI, MCA, everyone has to use it. Nobody's talking about it yet. But do the bankers not need a watch list? They must be having they are having a physical way of keeping a watch on what their the companies they've loaned to are doing. But here it's a constant dashboard which keeps telling them कि ये company ऐसा हो रहा है, वैसा हो रहा है. लेकिन वही बात है, XBRL चाहिए. वो बोलेंगे नहीं जी, वो तो law तो कुछ और कहता है. अब law, literally have to throw certain laws into the dustbin and say, hold on, this is the new age. As long as you're not messing it, as long as you're doing what you're doing anyway, you just might as well do it better, more efficiently, make it more tech-enabled. So we'll have to sell it to the backers. So the question is, what should we do now? Where do we go from here? So let's assume that sooner or later, these agents will be made and they will run and prove themselves. Let's assume that for a second. Let's also assume that we are all now on Zoho project and we are waiting for agents to load these tasks after having done the first round. And then will it help? Who will it help? How all will it help? Will it help us get more assignments? Question number one. If we say that we are agentic professionals, they are conventional professionals. If we go and try and sell it, will we be able to sell it? We need to, we need to go there.
Maybe not today, maybe 1 year down the line, we may be able to sell it, because once they start understanding what AI is.
No, so then why do you say 1 year? Then it's a matter of bringing it to their notice. Just like today, I happen to bring all these things to your notice, which you would not have known otherwise. Maybe 1 year, till 1 more year, but it's happening 1 year. So why are we letting them get 1 year to do whatever? If we could, so we need to strategize. Are we looking at, so there are so many, we can so many directions we can work in. We need to work in the most return ROI direction, which is that हम जोहो तो चला लेंगे, टास्क्स भी बन जाएंगे, एजेंट्स भी रन कर जाएंगे, चैटबॉट्स भी बन जाएंगे, VDR वूडीआर सब बन जाएगा. Where are the assignments? Right? Let's come to the basic. The assignments are all going to the IPEs because they are IPEs. In any case, the way I see, our regulator, everybody else also working, that, for example, I don't have a valid AFA, right? And I've been an IP since 2017. It was only now that I don't have one. Because I was, I'm wondering, do I need to make an IPE? Do I need to go after the bankers to give me a project? What do I need to do? And it's not coming on its own, because if you go through IBBI standard, this thing, your name will be there in the top 5, but you will never get something for whatever reason. So the question still remains is that you have to, now, it's not too far-fetched that even IPEs would get, get all the access to these agents. They'll make one or they'll buy some, we don't know. But even if they do, we will be on an evil keel. They are doing what we are doing. They're doing no better. Their only advantage would still remain that they have a bigger office with a bigger number of people and IBBI approval of, being cash rich. So that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is that let's forget about the big assignments. Where are the small ones? Now the small ones are there, but they are not coming out. For what reasons? And I know you can all pitch in, and I'm just meandering with my thoughts. आप भी सारे जने कुछ ना कुछ बोलो कि इसको लेवरेज कहाँ करना है, इसको यूज कैसे करना है, कौन करेगा? आप तब करोगे ना जब असाइनमेंट होगा. असाइनमेंट कब होगा?
Yes.
असाइनमेंट तब होगा जब बैंक बोलेगा कि आपको ही देना है राकेश जी, और किसी को नहीं देना, आप ही एक AI वाले बंदे हो, बाकियों को तो कुछ पता कुछ नहीं है. Right? Which we'll have to ensure it works. We'll have to or maybe we'll have to push it into the banks, and they know कि मिश्रा जी लेकर आए थे, हमारे लिए लाए थे, तो यही है नहीं कि whatever, मतलब he's the AI guy. So we all have to take on the mantle of we are the AI people. We know what's happening, and let's see.
So just one last question, that we are talking about that link in the RFI. So
Yes.
how can we join that resolution bazaar?
That तो वो रह गया बीच में. आप एक काम करो, आप ना आप WhatsApp ही ज्वाइन कर लो, यही दिक्कत है. No matter how hard I try. Hold on. Let's give it a shot.
Yes, sir.
Let's give it a shot. Very short. Invite friends. Okay. Share that. To go. Yeah. आप एक सारे जने एक काम करते हैं. Everybody gets on their WhatsApp, and everybody finds. So everybody can join mediation professional or resolution bazaar or something. कोई भी एक ग्रुप ज्वाइन कर लेते हैं, और वहां से फिर हम RTI पे लिंक देके वहां से शिफ्ट कर जाएंगे. तब तक मेरे को टाइम मिल जाएगा थोड़ा सा करने का. Or what I'll do is I'll put the RTI link on all the WhatsApp groups. I'm quite sure you are a member of one group or the other. So ICSI IIP के ग्रुप में हो आप सारे जने? IBC stakeholders, GPA professionals. So I'll put that link over here, and then all of you can join it from there. Now, where is the link?
Sir, you can send this link on this chat also so that we can take a link from here also.
I know, it's just that I don't know how to see the link. Let me ask ChatGPT. Where?
Because we may or may not be part of any of the groups which you are there. So
Yeah.
we may miss the chance.
Group community. Okay, hold on, just a second. Let me find the link and let me send it here. In the meantime, let's have some more questions. Group setting chart. Invite link. I got the invite link. I do copy. And I do copy and I put it on my group, for example. And I go here. Paste. I go here. Then I go here. And I go here. Any other non-AI related question also, let's ask. We can ask. Generally, we can have a general discussion. I mean, I didn't want it to become a monologue, which it has become. देखिए ये चलता है? Yeah, I've just put it on the chat group.
Yes, we got the link. Let me just try if we can connect it.
Please. Did we manage?
Yes, sir, I managed to join.
Yeah, so someone did join. So if all of us could join here, then I will share some resources over here and keep us all up to date on what is happening, and then all of you can try. And another thing is, if we want, I mean, my vision is that since this is an opportunity we can't let go, and as it is, everybody's been talking about doing something big for our country, and if we could, like-minded people could get together and sort of take it forward, if we could make something big out of it, I would like to hear from all of you, and how you can involve yourself in this project. And I don't expect any tech input or data input, because that is something that is very specialized thing. Even I'm learning, and it's a different learning, thing altogether.
I think, sir, we can keep exploring and
Exploring, testing.
we can.
Testing
Yes.
and saying, this is not working, see, this is not working, etc.
Correct.
Okay, now having done that, let me show you one more thing. So when we go here And when we talk to, say, these agents, for example, no, we go to the chatbot. What you see over here are these parameters on the side. Do you see these parameters over here?
Please share the link, share the screen. Sir.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. My screen is not shared. Apologies. Where is the screen shared? Okay. Here, I go share, I go screen, I go share.
Yeah.
Now coming back here, you see all these parameters on these sides. So when someone says कि हमें जवाब ठीक नहीं मिला, because there are different query modes. So it's not only limited to what you ask, which is called prompting, but how you want the chat bot to retrieve the information. So there are different ways of retrieving the information. And naive, local, hybrid, bypass, whatever, I'll explain. What kind of response do you want? Single para, multi, or bullet points? And then there is this tokens कि आप कितना बड़ा context भेज रहे हो, कितना बड़ा global context आ रहा है, और कितनी history के returns. And now this all gets technical, but it's important in order to get the right answer. So if it doesn't answer, it's not that it doesn't know how to answer, it's that we don't know how to use the bot properly. And so you can put your prompt here saying, and there are certain ways saying that I am an insolvency, you think that you're an insolvency professional and you are limited to this, that. There is a way we'll share the prompts as well. And how many history turns, in the sense ke when you, how many pieces of context do you pick up and give it to the next agent? So assuming that one agent goes, picks up the context, gives it to the next agent who actually does the brainstorming and puts it in proper answer format. What I'm trying to say is that there is whole lot of things that go behind the scenes, and it's not a simple, ये simple सा question था, उसने simple सा answer दे दिया. कोई technical चीज पूछेंगे तो उसको पूछने का ढंग, right? And then there are a whole lot of things. There are ways in which once you've loaded the documents, it does entity relationship extraction, and you can actually see in a map format how the entities are related to each other. And you can do a bit of investigation from there if the assignment so requires, especially in terms of relationships, who's related to who. A lot can be done. If I could show you maybe one more thing now that you're talking. It's not working. Sorry. That's it. Yeah. So if I were to, this is what your VDR could look like, where if you have, which is a blank thing, you could upload your documents and then you can ask questions over here. So this is right now, let me upload something and see how it works out. So what does the summary.txt have? I think mermaid.txt. So anyway, let me load this about us.pdf. So about us is something, it is going in, it is being ingested typically, and after the ingestion has taken place, we can see the knowledge graph and we can ask questions. So in a typical VDR, you would have something like this. I mean, this is again not the final thing, but it will give you an idea of what it feels like. It takes a while, initial ingestion, because you'll have to give it a couple of seconds. In the meantime, let's ask some questions while it does its job. So what are the takeaways that we are having today? In the sense, let's hear from you. Are you guys are going to shift over to Zoho Mail? That's point number one. And you guys are going to work on, let me give you some homework. Zoho projects. And we're going to load this into Zoho projects and play with it.
Plus, we need to also teach to our bankers also, no? Yes, I am little with AI, so you can give the assignment to me. Market yourself. With the AI edge.
So as you saw, so in your VDR, you upload a document and then you can go see these various mapping. So case laws, case material, case studies, mock tests are connected to academic resources. And this is, what is this? This is go-to-market preparation. There are certain things that the pitch deck, it says some marketing thing that needs to be done. And how is this related? So these agents are related to each other in this format. Now the same thing can be done. So this is the various tech stack that is there. So once you load the documents in a VDR, you will see how all the various documents are related to each other. And the kind of insight that you will get using this kind of thing in your VDR process is phenomenal. And there is no need to hide anything from an investor because he needs to see everything. Might as well show him everything, unless you have something to hide. The problem comes because you don't show him, he will assume it to not be true, and therefore he will discount the whole thing by that amount. It is not going to be in your favor in terms of valuation. It's going to be discounted. Everything that, if there is no clarity that he gets, he will discount. And then you can ask your questions over here based on this particular document that we loaded just now. So for example, if I were to say compliance check, and what is this about? Let's say, so it says foundations and research. So if I were to go here and say, what about foundations and research? Let's see what it does. No, I just threw him a document and I just asked him. Now he's giving me the same answer. He says there's market study, there's regulatory review at this thing, and it says about us. So what we saw just now was a very quick demo of how you upload a document into a VDR. And you open this also up to the investor, get him to ask certain questions, and let everybody quickly come to a conclusion. I mean, हमने वो रद्दी का क्या करना है इतनी सारी, उसको कन्वर्ट करके इसमें डाल के आगे चलें. Now, all these things are happening in front of us, and they are just happening. We just need to bring them together and go to the bankers and keep working on this side of the story, all of us together, and sell it to the bankers on the other side. And let's take this, I mean, literally, I'm going to ask, I mean, I had no intentions, but let me say it anyway. Let's take this to the level that India is expecting it to be taken. We need to take this to the world, all of us. So even if you put in your sweat equity, for example, and if we sit on that kind of a situation, that kind of a platform, because everything is being done anyway, in the sense I'm taking care of all the, but we could do something like this in a more collaborative fashion. I'm open to it. So this webinar has become more like a sales pitch than a information exchange. Any questions, sir?
So there's no question as such, but there's a comment. It's not a sales pitch. Actually, this is even opened our eyes where AI can take you to. It can be.
That is correct.
So how to pitch yourself to the bankers and maybe.
That's correct. That is correct. So what do you want? If I could help set something up where you could go to your bankers and pitch yourself based on this basis, you literally have to think that, because as underdogs, we are already out of the play.
Yes.
We don't have 1 crore, which is now going to be 5 crore, to make an IPE, to have that kind of setup, to do all that kind of thing, to run that kind of show. So many of us don't even want to go there. Yet we'd want to be where we should be. And I haven't really thought the whole thing through, but if you want some personal, individual, all of you, just like I've made this for myself, I can have my team make this for some of us who are really serious about it, and put these things together. And it's like you're having your own website. And although this is agentic sort of a thing, and then take it wherever you can and see if it can be of any use. Because most likely it'll be turned down for so many personal reasons of, whosoever you'll be told. One, they'll say, हमको समझ नहीं आ रहा, वो AI तो बकवास है, ओ जी हमें तो चाहिए ही नहीं, नहीं हम ठीक है. So just because you've seen this, it quickly gets thrown out of the window as well. Doesn't take long.
So for me, resistance is first part of progress. No, first they will have resistance, then they will have some.
And that's a very
something gradual acceptance will come later. But you have to anyway push through if you want to be in this field for another, say, I see myself another 10 years. So you have to push yourself.
Excellent. Mukesh ji, काम करते हैं ना. Of those who would want to sort of immediately, what I can do is, those who would want to sort of take this forward, if you could just give me your names, then we could sort of start working on it on the side right away. And then depending upon what the outcomes are discussed, ऐसे ठीक चलेगा, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा वगैरह वगैरह. But that's a private discussion that we can have.
Definitely, sir. We like to take it forward because that's the reason I've done.
Hmm.
Because this is going to next thing. which whether you accept it or not, you cannot avoid it. You have to live with it.
That is true. चलिए सर, मेरे ख्याल समय भी हो गया है and we've had enough of good conversation. We are all connected on Aratai anyway. So let's call it a day. And it was real pleasure. Thank you for coming. And I hope it was fruitful.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And
Thank you so
eye-opening
much.
for us, and we have got new information today.
Thank you, Pankaj ji. Thank you,
Yeah.
Rakesh ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye. Bye. Yeah.
Is it a break for now?
Yes, now there is break till 2 p.m. Next session will start at 2.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Good afternoon, madam. Hello. Madam, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay, sir. Shall I start now or wait for madam?
So shall we start?
Yes, I am ready. That's why I'm asking.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now the session will be taken by Siva Prasad Puvvala, sir, on the topic Baanknet, formerly eBKray, a auction platform for liquidation. Let me briefly introduce Siva Prasad, sir. Sir is qualified professional in CS, cost accountancy, finance, commerce, insurance, and banking. He is having experience of 36 years in banking and financial services with cross-cultural experience and good knowledge in insurance sector. Sir has handled senior level positions with higher level interactions and exposures. Sir has authored number of books, study material for professional institutions like ICSI, ICMAI, IGNOU, IIBF, Insurance Institute of India, Mumbai. Now over to you, sir. Please start this.
Thank you very much, madam. And my PPT is visible, madam. Hello, madam.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
And PPT is moving.
Yes, yes.
My voice is audible.
Yes.
Yes, sir, it is all audible.
So, good afternoon to all. First of all, thanks to ICSI, IAP.
Good afternoon, sir. Venkatramana.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Bhavana.
Banana.
Right.
So, thank you very much for giving an opportunity to discuss about the Baanknet. That is an auction platform for liquidation process of IBC cases. Being a banker, earlier we used to this platform for auction surfacing notices, surfacing property, or a debt recovery tribunal property. All these things we use to upload this information in IBA, Indian Banks Association platform. The same platform, lot of development from time to time it was happened. It is functioning very well. And this same platform, now it is extended to the insolvency professional, those who are handling the liquidation cases. And today, the technology plays a vital role. Even in particularly in the liquidation process, we are giving advertisement. And once the advertisement, whether it is reaching to the ultimate people or those who are interested to buy that property or not, that is always question mark. Normally, the people will read the newspaper on the particular day. If that particular day, if at all they come across that advertisement, then only they pay some attention. Otherwise, the advertisement is no use at all. Only for statutory purpose or the regulatory guidelines, we have to give the notice. But Baanknet, it is 24/7 and continuously it will be displayed on the website. As and when the people who are the investors or the buyers, those who are interested, they can see at any time. The lot of functionalities, good functionalities are also there. That's why I also going to write one letter in this regard. Why not resolution plans or expression of interest under Baanknet? Today, it is extended to liquidation. Why not CIRP? Why not CIRP? People are habituated the Baanknet. Those who are interested to buy the property or those who are invested in that particular property, the Baanknet in the coming days, my perception thinking is it is also useful for expression of interest, for prospective resolution of applicants, or a request for resolution plan. For all these things, the Baanknet is also useful. It is a centralized system. Today, number of people, investors, they are ready to purchase the assets of the financial creditor. Those who are defaulted with the financial creditor. Even the NRIs are also interested. Last month, one of my friend telephoned to me. One of his friend who is a NRI. He wants to invest some funds in one company. If that it is a pharma company, then it is good for him. Like that, some NRIs are also invested. Once this message is percolated to this Baanknet is there. This is for public. They can view, they can see, they can have the knowledge, they can go through that whatever the documents, whatever the property particulars, whatever the valuation report, whatever the title investigation report, all are available. Why not you go through? Means definitely the correct buyer we can identify. And once the bidding number of buyers are participated, then the value of the property will also increase. The value of the property increases. If you see that a particular website, it is a lot of developments from time to time. The bandwidth problem is also increased. And today, up to 5 o'clock, I will discuss about the Baanknet, the functionalities, and from the liquidator point of view, from the buyer point of view, what documents, how to update the same, all these things I will enlighten you. So earlier, this is called eBKray. This is Indian Banks Association for all banks, PSBs. Now Indian banks are created and give it to another the subsidiary of the Indian Banks Association. So now I will discuss about in detail about all these things. Baanknet. Baanknet formerly known as eBKray. So we use it to this platform for a long while. It is not a new platform. It is for the bankers. Actually, before implementation of IBC, the 2002, that is Surface Act 2002, or a debt recovery tribunal, all auctions, we are giving paper publicity, and some people are seeing, some people are not seeing, and thereby the delay is happening. Once the delay is happening, the value of the property is also deteriorated. So that's why, based on the suggestions given by the banking association, the eBKray, particularly the present Baanknet, was introduced. Is a Government of India backed e-auction platform for the sale of a distressed asset. Distressed asset today, it is not a today concept. Earlier, we used to give the advertisement in various newspapers. Earlier, we used to file the cases in civil courts. After that, a debt recovery tribunal, after that, a Surface Act, all these things, that today, 2016 onwards, the IBC was also introduced. Before that, we used to file the particular defaulters, their properties in civil courts, including banks under liquidation process of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Court. This was launched in January 3rd, 2025. And a revamped version of eBKray. Because once the number of participants are more, then whatever their views are there, sir, this functionality, why can't you introduce this functionality? Why can't you introduce in Baanknet or eBKray? So they, based on the revamping of that particular website is also happening. Honestly speaking, it is a transparent website. And the speed is also there. Bandwidth problem is also there. So once you are uploading the information, videos, title dates, and photographs of the property which is going to be auctioned, the bandwidth, the memory size is also to be increased. Today, there is no problem. The bandwidth is there. And the videos are also you can upload. For that, additional memory is also taken from time to time by the IBA to that particular subsidiary. The speed and the efficiency is also there. In the recovery of non-performing asset, today, one of the big challenge in the banking sector is mounting of non-performing asset. The second biggest challenge is cyber frauds. The both are creating a lot of problems to the banking industry.
Sir, just 1 minute.
Sir.
If you can just adjust your camera, because sir, your face is not fully visible. Now it is better. Now it is better. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you.
So
Sir.
in the recovery of non-performing assets, now these are two challenges that banks are facing. One is increasing the non-performing assets. Second one is cyber frauds. So the platform delivers several key benefits to the public. It is a public platform. Everybody can participate as a bidder. If at all he is having that particular interest in that particular property. And access to affordable properties and assets. So within my range, within my amount, whatever funds with me, to that extent only, whatever the property is available, that searching is also possible. And Baanknet consolidated listing of all public sector banks, offering to public access a wide range of properties. And some people, even though I belong to Hyderabad, I wish to purchase a flat or house or industry in Chennai or Bangalore or Lucknow or Gujarat, Ahmedabad, like that. So across the country, whatever the e-auction properties, all are displayed with e-auction dates, etc., etc. Wide range of properties. And the assets are also potential below market rates. Once the properties, whatever the properties are there, it is available below market value also. And this listing, the listings are residential and commercial properties. That residential and commercial properties are also there. Suppose a corporate debtor is there, or a corporate guarantor, the directors, they are giving their personal assets for the company as a collateral, like residential or commercial properties, that also displayed there. Industrial lands. Once the industry is closed, still some lands, unused lands are also there. That is also displayed with the photographs, videos, and the title investigation report of the properties also. And vehicles, particularly the company vehicles. If at all it is a going concern, or some the company is in liquidation, definitely some assets are there. Whether it is a non-movable or movable, that is also available. Machinery. And the prospective promoters who are willing to start a company, and if at all they purchase the auction companies, then instant they can start the industry also. Some of the people, they are interested in acquiring the second-hand machinery. Take for example, earlier I worked in West Godavari district of Andhra Pradesh, that is Palakul. Their rice mill belt, rice bowl of the country. So rice mills are there. If at all auction, anybody is auctioning, we used to give the auction details in Orissa at that time. At that time, the Orissa government is promoting to establish a number of rice mills. So they will purchase the plant and machinery and they will take back that one and they will install in their state and they will run the rice mills. So the machinery is also there. Whether it is a pharma or spinning mill or a sugar industry, whatever the machinery available. Enhance the transparency and trust. This is a banker's website. Whatever the data, whatever the photographs, whatever the videos, whatever the valuation report, whatever the title investigation report of the property, transparent only. By using advanced technology and whatever the advanced technology is there, we use geo mapping of the assets, where it is located, exact location, and surrounded also you can see through your geo mapping also, and automated KYC tools. Whenever the prospective buyer who wants to purchase that property, KYC documents thoroughly be vetted, particularly the PAN card or Aadhaar card or address proof or other credentials, whatever the buyers are giving, that also online verification is there. Secure payment gateways. Once he is going to participate in that particular e-auction, the secure payment gateways are also there. Online payment, wallet also there.
This KYC verification, which you said, this KYC verification is done by this eBay only, this eBKray only.
Yes, sir. Suppose you take for example, I'm the buyer.
Yes, sir.
I want to enroll with the Baanknet.
Correct. As a buyer, you have uploaded
and Aadhaar number I have given.
Yes.
Immediately, this Baanknet is linked to Aadhaar server, and whether Mr. Prasad or Mr. Gopal or Mr. Venkat, that name is also displayed for them.
Okay. So that is
even if at all anybody wants to open an account with the bank also.
Yes.
PAN number. Once I have given PAN number of the new customer, immediately the name will be displayed. Even Google Pay or the other pays, Phone Pay or UPI systems, once you have given cell number, automatically the name is populated like that, whether that Aadhaar number is related to that particular person or not. Earlier, this connectivity is not there. That's why one person, even though he is telling that he is Prasad, but Aadhaar number is entirely different. It belongs to Gopal like that. So the connectivity of the servers are also there. And whether it is a PAN card or Aadhaar card or DIN, Director Index Number, whatever the information is there, cross-checking is possible through real-time basis online also.
Because this facility, that verification of this KYC documents, this generally the other auction players, e-auction players, they do not provide that. As a liquidator, I have to do it myself. I have to myself do the physical verification of those
Correct, sir.
KYC
sir.
documents.
Right? Yes, sir.
So this facility is there in this Baanknet.
Correct. The Baanknet ensures the entire auction process is transparent and trustable. All PSBs, they have invested in this particular the website and created the server and whatever the facilities that are required. It provides bank verified titles and comprehensive asset details, including videos and photographs, which builds confidence to the potential buyers.
Yes.
Before purchasing a product, we have to see whether that is a genuine product, what is the title deed. Earlier, we are giving simply advertisement. He will come along with his advocate or he will come along with his valuer and he will go. Today, The title investigation report is available. Valuation report is also available. Video of the proposed site is also available. Video of the proposed machinery is also available. So once you're satisfied with all these things, then only you can go and visit to the site. Thereby, the cost and the time will be saved to the proposed buyer or prospective buyers. Simplified one-stop process. The portal provides a single, easy-to-use platform that manages the entire auction journey from the property. So, search to sale. That is the beauty of the Baanknet. Searching to sale. Once earlier system, lot of inconvenience, 2 or 3 times he has to visit, he have to inquire, he have to take the buyer, he has to take the photographs, he has to verify the document. All are available. It is dusk only. He need not visit. He need not waste the time for traveling. He need not waste the time to provide that information to his legal advocates, etc. This simplifies the streamline the process of both investors, first time buyers. Whoever is invested today, lot of a big market is there for stressed assets. People are ready to purchase. Instead of starting a new venture, if at all they modernize the existing one or remodel that particular property, because being a banker, we know about the big market is there for second-hand companies, second-hand, particularly machinery, all these things. So once the market is there, the message to reach to the all investors or buyers. That's why this Baanknet is useful for liquidation process of this fund. Now, how related party bidders check all these things. So we will first let me go through that particular total the PPT. Then we will discuss it. Wider reach and fair market opening. From Kanyakumari to Kashmir or northeastern states to western region, all people they can view 24/7, n number of times. If at all I publish a paper in a paper, only one day. The life of the paper is only one day. After one day, next day paper will come. Some people today the paper, the people are not observing the paper. In that case, auction notices big lakhs of rupees we are spending. Then it is a sheer waste. Ultimately, our objective is not reaching to the targeted customers. The targeted customers is none other than the buyers who are participating in the e-auction. A centralized platform reduces the information asymmetry and attracts broader pool of bidders. Once the bidders are increasing, the fair market value will come. If at all one person is participated,
2% वापसी में लगे. अरे
okay. Next, reserve price. Today, on account of non-availability of that particular the buyers, reserve price is decreasing, and in a forced sale, we are selling the assets. Thereby, haircuts are increasing. One of the solution to increase the haircut.
So विविध भारती जो स्टेशन मिले लखनऊ शहर पास में आज वो विविध भारती याद अच्छी.
Sir, please put in mute condition, sir.
Yeah, Mukesh ji, can you just mute yourself? Mukesh ji, if you can hear us, can you just mute yourself, please? Please, sir, please continue.
Sir. Sir, here, one of the, to decrease the haircuts, this is one tool available. Because once the participation is more, the fair value will increase. A centralized platform reduces the information asymmetry and attracts a broader pool of bidders. This increased competition ensures a fair pricing and helps to maximize the value recovered for bankers and creators. Earlier also, we are completely depending on the recovery agencies. Even banks straight away, I am not participating in the auction. We are taking the services of recovery agencies. Whether they are doing correctly or not, I don't know. And here, once the platform is created, number of bidders will come, automatically the price will come, and the stakeholders will be happy. Greater accessibility. The platform is a user-friendly interface via web and mobile interface also. If you want to see through mobile also, it is possible. There is no configuration, special configuration is required. If you want to use, access this website either through tabs or mobile interface. It also features dedicated help desk. So if at all you are some information missing is there, or continuity, or some the gaps are there in the information, but it is a platform. Help desk is also there, and a call center to provide customer service throughout the process. Even they are going to start chatbots also. Chatbots means whatever the questions you are giving with AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, automatically the answers will also come. So provide customer service throughout the process. Role in liquidation process. Nearly so many assets are there. In the liquidation, I can sell the total, the particular industry as a whole, as a going concern. Or if at all suitable buyers are not there, bits and pieces, land, plant and machinery and others, I have to sell separately. So for all these things, time-taking process. But once the Baanknet is there, time will reduce. At one go, I will provide full information about the company which is under liquidation process. In a significant move of centralized and standardized liquidation auctions under IBC 2016, the IBBI mandated, it is compulsory, no, there is no exemption. There is no exemption. Once the clear-cut form that is established by the financial creators, that is a banker, so that to Indian Banks Association, there is no other alternative. So that's why IBBI also put it as a mandatory. Earlier, in most of the insolvency cases, some wrong practices are happened, and IBBI also taken that cases and warned him or punishment, all these things, disciplinary action, whatever it is there. Today, that is minimized on account of a Baanknet. Under IBBI mandated the exclusive use of Baanknet for all liquidation sales, for which auction notice is issued on or after 1st April 2025. So whatever the auction notices you are going to give from 1st April 2025, that is to be displayed, that is to be used none other than the Baanknet. For prospective bidders under IBC liquidation, this is a mandate also. Once the bidder wants to participate in the bidding, no offline business, only online business. No offline business. No, sir, I'm not a techno savvy. I will participate through bid, all these things. No. So online, that is, this is also not only the liquidator, but also to the bidder shops. So that's why how the liquidator has to register, how the bidder has to register, that menus and all these things at the end I will discuss in detail also. Mandatory e-submission. All documents, including eligibility declaration under section 29A of the IBC, must be submitted via Baanknet platform. Whenever in the liquidation, if the prospective buyer is not comes under the purview of 29A, he should not participate. So the 29 detailed verification, he will give the declaration. But a 29A eligibility declaration he will give. Once that is given, then we have to verify his credentials also. For 29A, it is a tough one. And we have to verify that in detail. Not only that one, if you want, you can take the Dun & Bradstreet, the agency, which are used by the bank for a long while, 20 to 30 to 40 years, we are using Dun & Bradstreet also. And they will also verify under section 29. 29 is a difficult task. Today, the banks are also introduced business rule engines. BREs, business rule engine. Suppose one company, they wish to take a loan from the bank. The director's names, the DIN numbers, the company profile, all we will enter into the menu. Then this information, it touches the various servers which are relevant to that particular loan, and they will populate all the information. Even it goes to the enforcement directorate, it goes to the ROC website, it goes to the income tax website, it goes to the CIBIL rating, commercial CIBIL or individual CIBIL, or like that so many website. The system will, so core banking to, it will go and get the full information and prepare a report for us. That is the beauty of the artificial intelligence. 29A of IBC submitted via with the Baanknet platform. Secure EMD payments. So before auction.
Sir, this 29A check, this to liquidator has to do it. This Baanknet, will they also do?
Oh, no, sir.
Baanknet will not do. So that is the process.
Once I am going to participate in the e-auction, first I have to give the declaration of 29A.
No, declaration, so I know that the prospective bidder will give. But as a liquidator, it is my duty to check, to check that these are 29A compliant.
Yes.
So that Baanknet will not do this checking. That liquidator has to hire professionals for doing this.
But to my knowledge is concerned, in future, this functionality can also build up in the Baanknet. Okay. So it depends upon the users, if they, whatever the issues are there, if that is brought to their notice, definitely some good results will happen. And thereby, the smooth sailing in the liquidation process or CARP process. But actually, I told earlier also, for CARP also, the expression of interest for prospective resolution applicants in future, to my knowledge is concerned, it will be added to the Baanknet only. Instead of publishing in a paper, Baanknet gives good results. Okay, earnest money. Particularly whenever I am participating in the bidding, some earnest money deposit is also required. That also directly they can pay in the Baanknet. Must be paid exclusively through the platform. The banking options are there, internet banking, it will come, or other UPI payment, all are available in the Baanknet. The EMD is automatically forfeited if the bidder is found to be ineligible. Suppose some bidders, they have given declaration 29A. Later on, it was found that he is a willful defaulter or imprisonment so and so, or so whatever the 29A conditions, later on it is false, this one. Automatically, whatever the earnest money deposited by them is forfeited and it goes to the liquidation account of the IBBI. The EMD is automatically forfeited if the bidder found ineligible. Next, this e-auction is a platform managed by PSB Alliance of Public Sector Bank, which is the subsidiary of Indian Banks Association. The 12 banks, 11 public sector banks, plus the State Bank of India, 12 banks, they have started a PSB Alliance. If you go to that, the Google PSB Alliance, in that also this website is there, and on behalf of that 12 banks, they will do some activities that also there. So the PSB Alliance of Public Sector Banks and Insolvency IBBI platform managed by PSB, that is a subsidy that is floated by the public sector banks. PSB Alliance, Public Sector Banks Alliance is there. Benefits to the public. What are the benefits to the public on account of this Baanknet? Access to diverse assets. Baanknet consolidated assets of 12 public sector banks and IBBI into single portal, offering one-stop destination for buyers and investors across India. Even NRIs who are wish to use this website also, they can view. It is a public. Once you want to become a bidder, then registration is required. Otherwise, it is a public website. You can see now also, no problem. So the Baanknet consolidated assets from 12 public sector banks and IBBI as on date. The surfacing notices or debt recovery tribunal cases, auctions, all these things are only public sector banks are displayed. With regard to IBBI cases, liquidation, whether it is a public sector or private sector or foreign bank or non-banking financial companies, all are displayed there. With regard to the auction notices of a public sector as on date, it is available in the Baanknet, but with regard to IBBI, all are IBBI, all public sector, private sector, or NBFCs, foreign banks, whatever the IBC cases are there, all are displayed in the PSB Alliance website. That is a Baanknet. And one-stop destination buyers and investors across India. And it has a transparency and a reliability. The platform is a comprehensive and continuously updated information. Once the assets are auctioned, they will remove new, and dashboard is also available. And what is the next auction dates and all are available full. Once you practice, instead of if at all, okay, some of the people, they may not got that liquidation, but generally you can verify all this information. What type of assets, what is the searching command is available, location, all these things. The platform provides a comprehensive and continuously updated information on assets, reducing information gaps to the potential buyers. Today, I need not visit to the site where I am going to purchase as a buyer or as a bidder. It integrates automatic KYC tools, secure payment gateways, bank verified the property details, increasing the trust and the confidence of the auction process. The financial creditors, whenever they are giving loan, the title deeds are there, particular property title deeds. Based on the title deeds only, they will create either equitable mortgage or registered mortgage, and every 3 years they will update that valuation certificates also. But once the liquidator is also doing that process during the liquidation process and in the CARP process also. So all the latest the valuation certificates available. The centralized system standardizes the procedure, help to fair competition and reduces inefficiencies. Potential for fair pricing. For buyers platform, efficiency allows more time to asset valuation. Potential leading to better informed bidding decision, fair price. So 24 time at his disposal. Or next day before auction date, n number of times he can verify, he can show to the others also. About the video clipping, about the title assets to their legal officials. Because many properties come auction at discounted prices. The public has a potential to acquire the asset below market prices. Even banks, as on date, surface auctions. Some of the people, they are using this Baanknet only, individuals. I am not talking about IBC. I am talking about surface also. Even individuals, if at all I want to purchase the flat in Hyderabad, N number is available. Because they have available home loans, that properties are also available. If at all you are a consultant, if your clients are asking about, I wish to purchase one flat in that particular location, you can provide this information to them also. Streamlined and user-friendly experience. Baanknet offers simplified, frictionless journey that covers all stages of e-auction, that is pre-auction, auction, and post-auction with a single application. So the auction process is a pre-auction, auction, and post-auction. 3 stages are there in the auction process. For all these things, only one process, the one net only. I need not travel in different websites. The user-friendly interface allows easy searching and navigation, both web and mobile users. Dedicated customer service is also available and help desk. Even though at the cost of repetition, I'm giving the information once or twice for easy understanding and use that particular website in a better manner. Even though at the so many times I am using the same words. Why? Because this is very, very useful for the liquidators. Economic benefits. By speeding up the liquidation process, Baanknet helps the public sector banks more efficiently recover funds from the distressed loans. As you know, the time value of the money is very, very, the preamble of IBC also tells time value of the money. If a proper bidders are not available, then sometimes the liquidator is forced to reduce the reserve price also. Once the information is disseminated to all the people, definitely the people are ready to purchase this type of assets. Today, nothing is impossible. Every asset is some value. There is no buyers means that is not correct. But due to lack of information, the information is missing or not reached to the ultimate buyer. That's why this is happening. That's why the haircuts are also happening. Huge haircuts. Higher recovery rate strengthen the financial health of the PSBs. Even banks also. It is there in other countries also. Long back. Delayed or we have introduced in the country. which can be turned and enhance the credit availability and the business and individuals. Once the assets are taken by the banks, if at all nobody is ready to purchase with a limited area, I am giving advertisement. Suppose I take for example, I am in Hyderabad, I am giving a advertisement in Hyderabad, the edition of some X or Y or Z, the newspapers. So the prospective buyers definitely 100% it is available, but the information is not reaching. If at all that a person is reading the Y paper and it is published in X paper, information is not reaching. Once information is not reaching, the value of the property will decrease on account of a decrease in the reserve price. Once the reserve price is decreased, then the bankers may not get the full amount of recovery. Once banks are also dissatisfied, then they are not showing any interest to further lending also. So once on account of the indirect benefits are also there, credit availability of the business and individuals. Once this type of websites are there and information, but today one missing, that also I'm going to write to the PSB. PSB, one of my friend is also director in that particular PSB alliance. I'm writing a letter. What is that letter means? Give the proper publicity in the newspaper about the PSB alliance of a Baanknet. If at all you want to purchase any asset, industrial assets or liquidation assets of IBBI in all local languages, then message will percolate like anything. And definitely good results will happen. So once that PSB alliance also given, like Reserve Bank of India, whenever digital frauds are happening, they will give some advertisement. Or check clearing 2 times, they are giving advertisement. Why not this one also? So once the liquidator knows about this website, that is not correct. The bidders, the investors, they should know. Today, the PPIRP is not percolated. Only 7 cases across the country is there on account of lack of information. The PPIRP to be initiated by whom? The corporate data, not by the financial creator, not by the operational creator. Most of the corporate data, so they don't have the idea of a PPIRP. That's why, being an insolvency professional, if at all you want that type of cases, clusters are there in almost all cities. Go to the cluster association president, and take half an hour time of their meeting every month. The cluster association of SME in Hyderabad, nearly 6 clusters are there. Balanagar, Nacharam, Katadan, and the Patancheru, like that. Each cluster 200 MSME companies are there. Every month they use it to conduct some meetings. In that meeting, if you take a slot of a half an hour by made a request to the president, then he will allow. If at all you want to file a PPIRP, you please approach me. I will provide that information to you. Thereby, before PPA, before the filing of application, lot of work to be done by the IPs. So that's why the PPIRP 7 cases across the country is on account of lack of information to the corporate. In the similar manner, the Baanknet also only as on date, very few people. If that information is percolated or disseminated to all the public by the PSB alliance, definitely the number of bidders will increase. So high recovery rate strengthens the financial health of the availability. The platform unlocks the value of a distressed asset, boosting investors' confidence and contributing a healthy economic development. The success of the IBC also depends upon the information dissemination with regard to the Baanknet also. One small contribution. I'm not talking about 100% contribution of a Baanknet, the success of the IBC. only 5% or 3% like that. Mandatory use. As per circulars from the IBBA, the bank rate mandatory for specific auction types to secure standardized transparency. That's why IBBA also issued circular in this regard. They have issued circular. It is a mandatory. We should not violate that one. IBBA mandated all insolvency professionals must use Baanknet exclusively for conducting assets sale during the liquidation. With this rule applying to auction notices on or after 1st April 2020. So that's why they have sent that circular to all the IPSLs. Use the particular Baanknet. For that, in IBBA website also, they have given 4 PDF files. One is the process of the buyer, how to register the buyers, how to register the particular the liquidator, and what are the frequently asked questions that PSB Alliance has given, and IBBA circular also. 4 are available. Download that one, go through that one. EMD deposits. Earnest money deposit for all the auctions must be submitted exclusively to the Baanknet platform. So once I given the process, particularly process, definitely you can understand. This is easy. It is not a rocket science. It is a simple science. So the earnest money deposit, the bidders are also, sometimes the IPs are also, some bidders are known to them, but they don't know how to operate and how to pay the EMD deposit, etc. For that also, you can provide guidance for quick completion of the liquidation process.
Sir, this
eligibility verification.
Sir, this EMD deposit,
sir.
This one will come to where earlier, before this Baanknet came in mandatorily for the liquidators, the money was going in the liquidation account of the maintained by the liquidator.
Correct.
There we were taking the e-auction money, EMD money, and including the e-auction realization, everything was coming to that account. So now you said that EMD will be routed through this Baanknet platform, which means that the money will come in which account? In the Baanknet's account, or where it will come?
Sir, Baanknet, sir, unless, suppose here 2 types are there, sir. One is successful bidder, one is giving wrong information and participate in the bidding.
No, EMD, we are talking about EMD, the first stage, EMD, like we make it mandatory that everybody, whosoever wants to participate in the e-auction process has to deposit certain amount.
They have to pay. Once he is not succeeded, the amount will be recreated to his original account where it was transferred from.
Okay, but my question is that the money, the EMD amount, deposit money, will come to the account of the liquidator, or it will go to the account of Baanknet?
Baanknet, sir.
Oh, Baanknet.
Yes.
Okay.
Baanknet, sir.
Okay. This will not go to the liquidator's account. It won't go to the... Okay, fine.
So the bidder eligibility includes, sir, then after some time, I will start the particular screenshots of various menu that is to be accessed by the liquidator as well as bidder also. The bidder eligibility, including compliance of 29A of a bank, now handled directly through the platform. The objective of the platform launch is increasing efficiency and transparency in the auction for non-performing assets and other liquidation cases. So that's why here the dedicated staff is also there in the PSB areas. PSB Alliance is located in Bombay. It is a subsidiary of the Indian Banks Association. PSB is only public sector banks, so 12 banks, they have started the PSB Alliance, and they provide the services to the public sector banks. And IBBA also requested PSB. That's why it is integrated. IBBA cases also integrated with the PSB Alliance. core auction functionalities for sellers and either banks or insolvency professions. Earlier, this Baanknet platform banks are using. Now, this is going to be used by the insolvency profession for liquidation cases also. So, for sellers, banks, and insolvency profession. Centralized asset listing. A single platform 12 PSBs, IBBA to list wide variety of assets, including residential, commercial, agriculture properties, vehicles, and machineries. Even surface, we should not touch the agricultural lands. But in case of debt recovery tribunals, once the sale notice has given by the DRTs, we can auction the agriculture lands also. But under surface agriculture properties, agriculture lands we should not touch. That's why here agriculture properties are also there. Why? Because the surface, the DRT cases, once the sale notice is given. Liquidators and banks can upload extensive details of assets. So whenever you are providing that information, it is not a simple information. Extensive. Otherwise, the buyer who is not located in your place, he wants to know the full picture about that asset, where it is located, the surrounding areas, and all these things, such as the photos are also, the videos also, geographical coordinates, and ownership type and possession status. This is a must. So otherwise, some doubts are lingering in the minds of the buyers. So all particulars have to be provided. The liquidator and banks can upload extensive details. So that's why here what you have to do is, if at all any liquidator is they registered with the IBBI, and take the printout of all the screenshots. Printout of all the screenshots. Even in the IBBA website also, the 4 files they have given. But that color shade is lightly, some information is difficult to read. Even I have taken that screenshots only. It is very difficult to read. So once any liquidator is already registered with IBBA, take the print screen of all the screens up to registration to particular the auction completion. So once that is colorful, this one is there, and what information it requires. Well in time, you prepare that information and directly enter into the system. Otherwise, if at all you are halted at one place on account of a non-availability of this one, and the save command is there, but sometimes on account of technology, the problem that the data may be erased. The data may be erased. That's why total screens color prints are required. Color prints are required. And each and every field, before going or entering into that particular system, first you, whatever the fields that are required, prepare that one. Then enter that one. This is 1 or 2 times. After that, you are familiar with the system. This is the first time people, those who are either bidder or the liquidator. So, where the file to be uploaded, what is the maximum capacity of the video, what is the maximum KB or MB or whatever it is there, the photos, how many photos we can upload, all these things well in time, anyhow, they are going to issue the detailed manual also. But before that, it is better to get the full information. Those liquidators who are already in that particular, they registered with the Baanknet. and the geographical coordinates and type and position status. Full process management. The platform handles entire auction journey from the initial listing and the pre-qualification stage to the auction itself and the post-auction process. So then you have to navigate the total menus. The pre-auction, auction, and the post-auction. How many menus are there? In particularly the insolvency also, nearly 20 minutes are there. For bidders also, it is comes to another 20 minutes are there. Each menu you have to familiarize. And what particulars they are asking, whether it is available with me or not. If not, get that information ready, then only you start the process. Even today, whenever online applications are applied, the PDF size of the application or photograph size, if at all you have uploaded big size or below small size also, the system will not accept. The same problem will arise here also. The platform handles the entire auction journey from initial listing and the pre-qualification stage to the auction itself and the post-auction. Automatic EMD handling. The system is automatically manages earnest money deposits, including refunds. Once he is not succeeded, automatically the principal account where the funds are transferred, that automatically it goes to that particular one. For unsuccessful refund, including unsuccessful bidders, and transferring the winning bid to the liquidation account. Here, sir, you are asked this question, sir.
Yes, but then sometimes, sir, you want to be a little discretionary, like you should have that, the liquidator should have this power. Like liquidator also in consultation with the stakeholders consultation committee, he acts basis their advice. So that flexibility which should be with the liquidator about the controlling the EMD, to whom to refund, whom the refund should be forfeited. But if everything is done by this Baanknet, then the liquidator and SEC members will not have that, of flexibility to handle that thing, that authority or the power. They will not be having it.
Sir, up to auction, it is in Baanknet, sir. Once auction is succeeded, then automatically the fund goes to the liquidator account only, na?
That is absolutely fine. That is absolutely fine. The after auction, there is no issue. My question is only EMD. EMD only. My question is at the stage of EMD. Sometimes you feel that some particular player has defaulted on some account, and you want to forfeit his EMD. But the choice of forfeiting the EMD is, or the discretion of forfeiting the EMD is with Baanknet. It is not with the liquidator or with the SEC member.
I got your point, sir. Now I got your point. Correct.
Yes, that is the
In that case also, some leverage, delegation should be given to the liquidator.
Yes. Correct. That is what I'm saying. That authority or some flexibility should be there. That power should be with the liquidator or along with the SEC members' advice.
Sir, one more suggestion to you. If at all, in that website also, the email address and other things are there. If you float this suggestion to them, they will change the functionality also, sir.
Okay. Fine, sir. That's it. Thank you. That is a very useful information. Thank you, sir.
The system automatically manages the earnest money, including refunds for successful bidders, and transferring the winning bid to the liquidation account.
Thanks.
Dashboard and reporting. Provide dashboards for spend analytics and management information system to track the auction performance. So the auction performance is also how many people are participated, who has quoted highest bid, all information. There is no hidden agenda. All are transparent. The dashboards are also available for buyers Either he may be the bidder or he is an investor also. Single window access. This centralized platform allows the potential buyers to find assets from various banks and liquidation cases without visiting multiple websites. I need not go. Earlier, Central Bank of India, one website, State Bank of India, another website, Bank of India, another Bank of Baroda. So if at all I want to purchase one house, all banks, they have financed across the country. And I have to use, I have to go for multiple websites. That 11 plus 1, 11 public sector, 1 state bank. Today, all are under one platform only. So here, whether it is a Bank of India or State Bank of India or Punjab National Bank, whatever it is, they all are available in the single window access. A centralized platform allows potential buyers to find X and various banks and liquidation without visiting multiple websites. That's why now the banks are scrapped that one and a single platform they are using. Even branches also, whenever any stress resolution branches are there, they are uploading the information only one. Advanced search filters. User can search properties based on location, asset type, ownership, price, and other criteria to find out relevant opportunities. So the band or range. Suppose I want to purchase one industrial property and my funds are only 5 crores. So up to 5 crores or up to 10 crores. Like that, the band is also there. The range or band of the amount to be invested or to be to acquire the asset and asset type, whether it is a land or industrial, the factory or the plant and machinery, etc. The location, whether it is a Vijayawada, Hyderabad, or Bangalore, or Chennai, or the Ahmedabad, or whatever the location, and the ownership also, whether it is an industrial property or individual property, even particularly the personal guarantor to corporate debtor also, the individual assets, the director's individual assets in PG to CD, that also we can use this one. Online registration KYC. The platform offers electronic KYC, eKYC, process for bidder registration and eligibility verification, ensuring secure. CKYC, eKYC is there. Once eKYC is there, if we provide that information, then CKYC is once is given that registration number, automatically it will be populated, the full information, whether that particular bidder or the buyer or the resolution professional, full particulars will be checked by the system itself. Integrated payment gateway, automated payment system allows seamless and secure payment EMDs. There is no problem because I have seen also the bandwidth problem. I interacted with the director also, who is known to me. He is also earlier worked in State Bank. That's why I interacted with him. Bidding hall, that is also there. So the bidding hall, during the bidding day, the bidding hall is there. Online. On the day of auction, bidding hall become active. Till such time, bidding hall will not be active, where participant can place bids in real time. So in the bidding hall, I will quote 2 lakhs, or you can quote 2 lakhs 10,000, another 220, like that. Online real time, it will be updated. The bidder identities are not visible, and to ensure privacy and fairness. So who is quoting high? and you are quoting your the identities are not displayed, but X person quoted or Y person quoted or Z person quoted like that. So identities are not visible to ensure privacy and fairness. This is also one beautiful functionalities that are provided in the Baanknet. E-wallet is also there. And if you want to put some, suppose today so many e-wallets are there, Big Basket e-wallet or Amazon Pay or so many e-wallet. Here also e-wallet is there. You can provide some funds in the e-wallet also. The platform includes e-wallet feature for managing funds for auctions with options to add or withdraw money. So in the e-wallet, if at all you put the funds, you can additional funds or withdraw the funds. That facility is also available. That functionality is also available. Benefits of the platform. Again, I am reiterating. After that, the screens I will display. Transparency, fairness, as I told earlier. Centralized auction verifies the property titles. Using real-time bidding, Baanknet enhances transparency, bidding trust among the stakeholders. Real-time bidding is one of the important areas. So thereby, transparency will increase. So all public sector bank, no wrong information, nothing. Always whoever quoted, that is the amount will be displayed, but they don't disclose the bidder's name on account of the confidentiality and other things. Increase reach, wider public reach, centralized platform helps maximize valuation and distress risk by attracting more potential buyers. For that only, I wish to write one letter to them. So why can't you give monthly twice in different newspapers or TV screen, the advertisements, so that the auction platform reaches to all the prospective bidders. Because today, the bidder who is going to purchase, if at all he is not aware of this, the system, definitely the bidding process will not complete and a fair price will not come. So information dissemination is one of the important area. Efficiency and speed, there is no problem. Even bidding hall also, even though number of people are participating, the bandwidth also increase, so that there is no problem and halt and other things. Why? Because as the bankers are having good knowledge in IT technology, particularly core banking system, even today, the state bank servers are strong servers, because millions of transactions are happening on day-to-day basis, either through UPI or through branch or through ATM or through mobile banking or through internet banking. That much bandwidth are there. So in this case also, based on that particular the transaction capacity and all these things, and the photographs, videos, title deeds, all these things, they have enhanced. Even the bidding hall also, there is no problem. The auction will be fulfilled on the dot day only, and they will finalize on that particular day only. No time lag, nothing will happen, and the information will also be disseminated to all the people who are the stakeholders of the bidding process, and non-performing clean up their balance sheet more quickly. User friendly. It is not a difficult one. It is a simple process. It is not at all a difficult one. But initially, we have to update the knowledge. What is the screen? What information to be fed into the screen? What the papers are to be uploaded? What photographs are uploaded? And what is the file size of the photograph or video? That you should have the knowledge before starting that particular. Otherwise, once you navigate, they entered into that particular login, after that, lot of stops are there. Why? Because this information, that file is available, and this is to be scanned, and we have to upload all these things. That's why what I am telling is to use that one. The videos are also there, and go through that one. Whatever information is required, that information you please prepare well in time, and whatever the PPT, whatever the PDF, whatever the application, all these things are ready in a folder, and one by one you type it, and some information you write it on a paper, and smooth sailing up to the end of the particular the process will happen. As Baanknet is an e-auction platform, its menus are primarily differentiated their roles with distinct interfaces and access rights for the stakeholders. Only IP. IP means only restricted to IP. Bidder, only bidder. Even adjudicating authority also, he can get the information, screenshots or printouts through the IP or the financial creditor like that. Public user navigation. The public also, they can use this particular Baanknet, because I'm not neither bidder nor investor. I'm not the insolvency professional. I'm not. Then I can also verify the what type of assets are there. Once I satisfied the assets, the price, the location, and the classification of asset, then only I will start the registration of that particular this one. This is the public facing side of the portal, accessible with without a login. For public, no login. Because I want to see what type of assets are available. And if at all he is interested in X asset, if that is not there, there is no use of creation of the particular bidder like that, allowing the prospective buyers and general public to search available asset. Whatever the available assets are there, all are displayed in that particular this one. Property search, a primary menu, Baanknet homepage. The filters are available for asset based on location, PIN number also. If at all you are given PIN number, then in that particular location. So that's why whenever the liquidator is entering into the figures or particulars with the full particulars, all are mandatory fields only, star mark fields only. If at all I have not given a PIN number, the system will not accept. If at all I have given wrong number in the search, particularly in the search, that property will not be displayed. So the system will not capture the location of that particular PIN. The system may not locate properly. Ownership type, asset type, movable or immobile or other, and auction dates. So once you are fed into the system, it should be accurate. So that's why while giving the information on the Baanknet, once or twice you have to verify the data. Otherwise, those public who are willing to purchase, if they have given PIN number, you have given wrong PIN number and the system will accept. And once he has given that PIN number, your asset will not be displayed to the public also, or prospective buyer also, or prospective investor also. The primary menu of Baanknet homepage. Filter is available asset-based location PIN, ownership type, asset type, immobile or movable. So whatever the immobile property is there or mobile property is there, land immobile property or stock mobile property, like that, whatever the type of asset, whenever we are giving the information, utmost care is required, correct information is required, and auction dates also. If at all auction dates are given wrong, and accordingly the particular bidders are also borrowed amount and participated, and it is a waste of funds for him. For 1 week or 2 days or 3 days, funds are blocked. So the auction dates once or twice, and before uploading that information, system will again shows these particulars are you have entered. Please recheck, then submit. Then only the system will take. Then only the system will take upcoming auctions and a menu or section of listing properties, other asset schedules for future auctions. So that functionality is also available for the public upcoming auctions. So upcoming auctions, if that is there, the buyers are also ready for that, and they will procure the amount and all these things. Buyer registration. A link to page that allows individual companies and other legal entities to register as a bidders. Here, the link one page is there that allows bidder can be individual or bidder can be company or legal entities like trustees or LLPs or partnership, whatever it is there, register as a bidder. This process involves filing out of the details, completing and know your customer verification. In case of companies, they have to upload the information of the certificate of registration or memorandum of association or articles of association or certificate of commencement of a business in case of public companies. Whatever the KYC related to that particular entity, if trustees are there or cooperatives are there, their bylaws, all these things, then only it is useful to the particular the liquidator. He will verify all these things. All these things. And auction participation manual and video also. This is also helps section details of process for participating in auction. How to auction you have to participate, that video is also available, manual is also available. So there is no need to get the information from others, and all information is available either through manuals or videos. And sometimes if still some doubts are lingering in your mind, you can directly contact the call center. The call center people also support it, and the email is also there, and futurely they want to start chatbots also. Help desk contact provides contact information for support inquiries, full information available, and insolvency professional navigation. The insolvency professionals are required by the IBBI to use the Baanknet asset sale during the liquidation. They log in the dedicated section linked to the IBBI website. They particularly whenever you are logging in that particular IBBI website, from there the information will float. IP login. IP access a separate login page using their credentials. So as an IP, whenever you act as a liquidator, then you go to that IBBI login. From there, what is the navigation, all these things in the coming slides, it is coming. So the IBBI website, from IBBI website only you have to log in for this menu. To register, first you have to register as a liquidator, and all are available in that. One by one I will tell later on once this is completed. Asset listing. A menu option IP to list assets for auction. What are the types of assets you are going to auction? That is also available. They use this section for managing their liquidation assignment and accessing the listing form. listing form also to be filled. That is also I will discuss. Manage auctions, the dashboard for IPs to oversee all their auctions. Whatever the auctions are there, all he can view, he can verify. This includes creating new auction events. And if at all any new auctions are there, you can create, managing the existing one and monitoring the progress of asset sales. All are available through your login, through IBBA website. And you can you can download the reports also. You may know that to provide access various reports, analytics related to the auctions they are conducting. So how many people are participated? What is the lowest bid? What is the highest bid? And all these particulars reports are also PDF files are also available. And creditor navigation, that is financial or operational creditor. Financial creditor or operational creditor navigation. But here they don't have the direct, even judicial authority also don't have the login facilities, but they can get that information through IP only. This platform allows various creditor interactions. Through these functions may access differently depends upon the role of the insolvency process. And financial creditor, banker using login. Banker users, including representative of financial creditor, log into specific portal of banker to manage NPA related auctions. They have dedicated interface for listing and auction. This is a non-IBC cases they can directly access. And the MIS report also they can get, like asset recoveries, auctions, etc., etc. Claims management. While the claims submission process occurs through IP, the platform facilitates realization of assets through the benefit of the creditors. The creditors can likely view updates of the asset realization through IP's progress reports. IP's program, whatever the claim, how much they claim, how much realized, particularly some creditors, they relinquish their assets. That is through liquidator, they will auction that assets also. That also they can view with the reports. Corporate data CD navigation. Their navigation primarily managed through appointed IP only, not directly. Who handles the auction process on their behalf. Corporate data is not having direct access. The corporate data itself not physically have direct independent access to the auction interface to manage the listings. And the platform centralizes the process, making transparently available in the public. Like other public, he can also view that one. And corporate data is not having direct access to the Baanknet. Adjudicating authority, he is also not having direct login, but he can also use the services of the particular IP only. Adjudicating authority, primarily National Company Law Tribunal, oversees the entire process. AI does not directly navigate the auction platform itself, but receives reports and information generated through Baanknet via the IP. So both the corporate data as well as the particular adjudicating authority, they don't have the direct navigation facility. They can get that information through that insolvency professional appointed by the adjudicating or approved by the adjudicating authority. Summary of key distinctions. If you see that one, distinctions, stakeholder, key menu, futures and Baanknet, access method, public bidder, property they can search, upcoming auctions they can see, buyer registration is also there, and the access method, public website access on. Insolvency professional, asset listing, manage auction reports. He is having dedicated IBBI affiliated login. So the insolvency professional, he can access through IBBI login only. Financial creditor, banker use login MIS reports, whatever their assets are there, particularly other than IBBI, that is possible for them. PSP specific login are coordinated via IP also. That is also possible. Corporate data, none. Interface mandate managed by IP only. No direct access to auction management. And adjudicating authority, none. Review report of IP and no direct access platform. This is a snapshot of who is eligible to log in, who is not eligible to log in, who has to take the support of IP, all these things. So the public, they can view whatever the assets and upcoming auctions, all these things they can view. Now, screen by screen, we will discuss. Screen by screen, we will discuss. Sir, up to this point of time, any doubts are there, sir?
These banks, the financial creditors who are into liquidation process, and they are also a part of this liquidation assets, eligible to get that liquidation, then they have to use their banker's login for logging in this particular.
Sir. That login is for that's the SurfaceC and the DR.
Okay. Not for these assets, not for the assets to be sold by liquidators.
Yes.
They cannot see those.
Through IP only they can.
That's true. Through IP, so he can do it, but
Yes.
as banker login, they cannot do it.
Okay. Any other doubts, sir? But here videos are also there. And if you see that once you have login in your account also, through this navigation, you can log in through your account and do some trials also. And what type of menu and all these things. Okay. So shall we break for tea for 10 minutes, sir? After that, again, we will assemble.
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We are 2018. Please. Enter it is. We are 2018. Prices.
आप रजिस्टर करने के टाइम पे कौन सा मेल आईडी दिया आपको याद नहीं रहता क्या?
रजिस्ट्रेशन के टाइम के शुरू से ही वही अपने आप ही आ जाता है जो हमने स्टार्टिंग फर्स्ट ईमेल आईडी दिया होगा ना आपने वही हर बार रिपीट होएगा एवरी टाइम।
आप देखिए नहीं पेमेंट करने के टाइम पे कौन सा मेल पे जा रहा है।
इसी पे क्या है पर इसका पासवर्ड नहीं मैम के पास है इसका एक्सेस बट फोन पे है उसलिए पासवर्ड नहीं पता चल रहा उसमें। आप एक पिक्चर क्लिक करना सर अपने
आगे से है
Forum by this one.
Sir. Sir, PPT is visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, one by one, we will discuss about the various menus that are there in the Baanknet, both from the liquidator point of view and the buyer point of view. These are the two important person in the auction platform, particularly with regard to our IBBI cases. First, as a insolvency professional, and you are handling the liquidation process. Step one is log in the IP login that is there in the IBBI website. Once you log in, normally we will give the user ID as well as password and CAPTCHA also. If at all you have forgotten your password, then automatically that will be created, and forgot ID also, that functionalities are different. Now coming to the step 2, the liquidation assignment. You got the liquidation assignment now. Once the liquidation assignment is approved, you should see the various forms against the assignment. Once your liquidation assignment is approved, then you can see the various assignments. The assignments are listed, the CD name, or particularly the other particulars are also available on the website. So once your liquidation assignment is approved, then it will be displayed in this particular system. Now, look for listing auction form at the extreme right of the assignment and click on it. Once your liquidation is approved, definitely that will be displayed in the second step. Once it is displayed, the third one is you have to see the listing auction form. That forms are to be filled. So, looking for listing auction form at the extreme right of the assignment, particularly whatever your assignments are there with regard to liquidation, and extreme right, the form is also there. That is a listing auction form. Last red color it is there. And right, click that one. And once you click that one, next step 4. After clicking the listing auction, you will be redirected directly to the Baanknet platform. So, you have to start with the IBBI website only. You need not go directly to the Baanknet. So, first you have to open the open your account in IBBI, and after that, once whether your liquidation assignment is approved or not, once it approved, that will be displayed. Once it is approved, you have to look for the listing auction. Listing auction form at the extreme right is there. Once you click that one, then you will directly move to the listing auction, will be redirected to the Baanknet platform. So once you are entered into the Baanknet platform, if you are logging the first time, because earlier you are not the liquidator, for the time for the assignment, you will see listing wizard, and there are 7 steps for completing the listing of the company and the asset. That you have to fill it up. Add the company, the details, and all these particulars are to be filled by you. Once, if at all you are logging in the first time, For an assignment, you will see the listing wizard. There are 7 steps for completing the listing company of the asset. So whatever 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 about the company, 7 menus, sub-menus are there. In step 5 only, I'm not talking about step 6 or step 7, step 8. In the step 5 itself, 5 sub-menus are there. That is called as 7 steps are there, completing the listing company of the asset. So once you are going to auction that particular this one, all this, that's why what I have told earlier also, first all these screenshots, even though I am showing in PPT, it is a simple one. Anyhow, I am going to send this PPT to madam also. You go through that PPT, and these screenshots are also available in that particular manual as well as video recording also. But to fill up the particulars of the company, I don't know what type of information in that particular menu. I don't know. That's why once you take the printout of all the menus, then keep it in your file as and when a new company for liquidation arises. And what are the particulars that are required in a seriatim? If you write on a paper, then automatically it is very easy to type it and attach it or upload that information. Even in step 5 also, 7 menus are to be completed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First one is dot, and second, all these things you have to fill it up. Step 6, add company details. Some details auto-populated is there from the liquidation assignment. And for a manner of sale, select the tentative manner of selling the asset. And for industry sector and subsector of the company, select the industry of the corporate data. What is the main sector and subsector? Suppose if at all it is a chemical, the industry within the chemical, within the chemical industry, what is the subsector? So if at all it is a fertilizer. So chemical, broad sector is a chemical, subsector is a fertilizer, like that as subsectors. If the operations of the CD is ongoing, select yes. If a company is running, going concern. And if at all it is a going concern, then select yes. And if the financial details CD is available, select yes. If the latest audited financial statement available, if the financial statement not available, select no. Because here also the financial statement available or not, then the prospective buyers, those who are looking for this particular company, they can verify that financials also through the ROC website also. So whether the financials are available up to date or not, that is also you have to yes or no. If the company financials are not available, for last 3 years back only the financials are not updated, then no. Next, that is the step 6 menu. Step 6 menu is also lengthy one. And what I am telling is here, small in the screens are there. If you take the printout, color printout of various screens through print screen, then it is very easy to know what types of fields you have to fill it up and well in advance before entering into that menu, all the information if you ready and PDF files, videos are ready and put it in one folder, then it is a very easy, not a difficult one. If at all during the entry process, one by one, if at all I am searching different files and different information collected from other people, then in the meantime, the menu will be closed. And later on, whatever the information fed by you, it may be saved, it may not be save. So that's why all menus, particularly star mark, the fields are to be write it on a particular paper and then start the process. Step 7, add company address. Add address of the locations where the assets of CDs are located. If assets are located at more than one location, you may add such addresses also. If the companies are having a different production department in different locations, then that different locations, different addresses are also you can provide. That add-on functionality is also available. It is not one location and different location stocks are there. That is mobile stocks. That also you can add it. If you enter PIN code, the city, the district, state will be auto-populated. So whatever the PIN code, if you enter correct PIN code, the city, district and state will be, system will automatically populated. So here in step 7, the address of the locations of the assets of the corporate data to be fed in. If assets are located more than one location, then add such address also. Big companies, they are having a number of locations. The assets are also located. Then for this also, you can enter different menus, different locations. But once you have given the PIN number and whether the city and the district and the state is correctly populated or not, you counter check that one. Next one is the step 7. This is the step 7. Step 7, the particularly all. Once this is there, then once you given the PIN in the map also, particularly world map will be displayed. And once you have given that PIN, then automatically some indicator will also be located in the state map also. And in future, if at all the assets are located in other countries also, that is well in advance, they have function is also developed. And you can also change location by typing address in the place picker. The place picker is also there. Suppose address, sometimes it may not be the correct address. You have to give means place picker is also there. Clicking on done, then it gets coordinated with the location. So click add record to more addresses. So you can use the place picker also. You can use the particular PIN code also to identify the location of the assets of the corporate data where it is located. Step 8, upload the company documents. Add relevant documents of the corporate data such as financial statement, annual reports, if at all it is readily available with you, like the annual reports, latest annual report PDF file or latest balance sheets of the company and other document, relevant document for this particular auction, then you can upload that one in the company documents, But whenever you are uploading the document, the size of the document is also very important. If at all it is a size is a big one, you trim that one with the PDF, the trimmer software is available, free software is available in Google also. So once it is less also, more also dangerous. Like that, whenever we are applying any photograph, this size is a bigger one, this size is too small, this size is required, file size, like that. So upload the company document, add relevant documents of the corporate data, such as a financial statement, annual reports. Once you have given full information, then the prospective borrower or the bidder or the investor, he will not touch you, he will not contact you. Otherwise, if a shortage of information is there, then automatically number of calls will come. So to avoid that one, to avert that one, we have to give the full information as far as possible from the bidder point of view or the investor point of view. Step 8. This is the information. This is the information. Now, step 9. What is the step 9? Add the details of assets of the corporate. Select the appropriate type and subtype. If you drop down menus are also there. In case it is anticipated that the auction of this can be scheduled in coming 3 months or 6 months or 9 months or 12 months, and particularly yes for auction to be created in the next 3 months or 6 months or 9 months, like that. Here also, if your auction is going to be conducted within 3 months or within 6 months or within 9 months or within 12 months, that you select that one, auction to be created. If it is expected to be asset cannot be auctioned in the coming months, select no, that provide the reasons for it. So here compulsorily, first of all, you have to upload the information. Whether the auction is going to be conducted within 12 months or no, as per IBBA guidelines, you have to upload the information. So if at all within 3 or 6 or 9 or 12, no auction, then you put a no. But what is the reason for that? If you type address of assets using add new address or select address already added. So once the new locations are there, that also you can add. This is a step 9. This is a step 9. Add asset details. That is another asset. Add asset details. Another menu. Step 10. Upload the image of the video. Today, the asset, whatever the asset you are going to sell, whether it is a machinery or building or land, all are neatly the images. Some people, they will take the video also. That video to be uploaded for the prospective bidder or investor or buyer. Image, relevant image or videos of the asset. Whether it is a video or image, you have to upload. But you have to see the file capacity. File capacity. Once the file capacity is uploaded, beyond that file capacity, it won't accept. So that's why before doing all these things, and that's why I told about if you take the screenshots, printing of all these things in color, and wherever the size is mentioned, whether you are going to upload that file within the file capacity or not, that is to be verified. Then only upload. Upload a asset document. The title deeds of the asset. The title deeds of the asset. The title deeds of the asset also to be uploaded. Some of the people, they don't know whether it is properly registered and which registration office, what is the registration number, what is the north, south, east, west, the boundaries of the particular asset, all these things they can verify who the bidder or the investor. So upload the asset document. That is a property title deeds. So once we are going to auction, the full information to be available to the prospective bidder or the investor. Add a document regarding the asset. So for that also, you have to see the file capacity, and in the meantime, whatever the asset document with you or the company, then scan that one, ready that one, front and back side also, because some of the title deeds, backside also registration numbers and all these things are there. Final publish. Review the details. This step 12, it gives a snapshot of whatever the particulars you have entered. Once again, you go through that one. And once you have confirmed that whatever the information I have entered is a correct one, then only you have to finally publish, means upload that information. So review the details, add and click and submit. So once again, you go through the information that is fed into the system. All particulars are correctly fed. Otherwise, don't use the click and come back to that icon. The top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is there. And go to that menu and change that one and come to the. This is normally this is happening in ITR returns also. Whenever we are doing ITR returns, but there we are not uploading any information. But here the uploading information, sometimes it may require also, but here some videos, photos, documents, all these things are to be uploaded. Once you review that one, correct information, then only you submit that one. And the public view. Once you submit it, the details of the asset should be visible to the public. So once you have given the full particulars, then only it is visible to the public. Otherwise, if partial information is there, the partial information displayed to the public. So the full information, correct information, once you accustomed or familiar with the various fields, in the some fields, if I don't know about the nature of the field, if I entered wrong, garbage in, garbage out, go will come. So that's why for the public view, that attention to be paid, attention to be paid. So whatever the best is there, if you upload the information, the best results will come out. So public view, once submitted, you can also go to the public view, whether your asset is properly displayed, properly information fed into the system or not. All these things you can verify. If at all any mistake later on you found, then you will get the, but you send the mail or the call center, and how to rectify that one also you place. Whether they are doing from the back end or from your side, they will allow, sometimes they will allow also. So that's why if at all any small errors may be there, and if you want to verify, then they will allow you through the backend, or backend means they on their own they will do. But for that, what are the proof and other things, all these things they will verify, then only they will do. Simply they don't change or don't they accept any changes after it is published. The asset can also be searching. Once you have given the correct information, properly filling, the buyers or investors or public, search command is there. Search from the pin code, search come from the asset side. Different alternatives are there for search. So once the alternatives, so for that 5 lakhs, 5 crores below property, it will display. If at all your property is 5 crores, or plant and machinery, it will display, or pin code, your this one display. You search this one also. Once you have correctly fed into or not, you can cross check or verify through search command also. Adding more assets, click and manage company assets, and click on assets, click on add, and add asset details. If at all you want to add more assets also, click on manage company and assets. Click on assets, click on add asset details also. Asset details, if at all you are adding some more assets, that functionality also available. Once the assets details are added, click and manage asset. Click on assets, view the asset details. In pending tab is also there. You should see whether a recently added asset is available or not. Pending added. So in the pending tab, you should see the recently added asset also. Recently added asset also. And upload the image and documents by clicking these tabs. So whatever the photos you have uploaded, if you want, you can see through this also. And after uploading images and document, click approve icon. Click approve icon. Till the approve icon is not happened, your images, your information is not at all displayed to the public. Not at all displayed to the public. So editing company asset details, click manage and company and click on company detail and assets and click edit also. That functionality is also available with you. With you. Click and edit and sometimes but some figures it is not under your control. Some fields it is not under your control. Then you have to take the assistance of the PSB alliance only. This is in brief about the liquidator point of view. Sir, any doubts on this aspect, sir? Sir, any doubts? Any clarifications? Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible, audible.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay. Now, this is with regard to liquidator. In the similar manner, the bigger also, the menus are there. And anyhow, I'm sending this PPT to you. It is a full screen, you put it and most of the information you can see from this PPT in full screen, not in small version.
Yes, sir.
If at all I am showing to you, it is my photograph and PPT, small, this one, it is very difficult to identify the fields also. So full screen, you verify this one, definitely you will understand what I told. Next, Baanknet IBA network. But we will discuss sometime for 10 minutes about who is IBA, why it is Baanknet is introduced. After that, again, we will go for the screenshots of the buyer who is going to enter into the Baanknet. So the Baanknet and the IBA network. Formally, eBKray, Baanknet is online option owned by the managed PSB Alliance for a consortium of 12 banks. It is only for public sector banks only, not even private sector also. Because public PSB Alliance, one subsidiary is floated by only public sector, that is 11 plus 1, 11 public sector banks and State Bank of India 12. It was initially created to handle e-auctions for non-performing loans of SARFAESI Act. Earlier, even whatever the liquidator at present, they are facing the problem of lack of buyers, haircut, all these things we use to face that problem. Once we have fixed the reserve price, once the person is no bidders are there, then we will reduce to 10%, subject to get the approval from the higher authority. So here also that problem should not arise to the IBBI cases, particularly liquidation cases. So shortly, the resolution plans. If at all it is a wider publicity is there about the company, definitely the buyers, the prospective resolution applicants will come. Definitely it will come. This is the haircut and all these things are happening on account of lack of information to the ultimate buyers or the investors. The IBA network, the Indian Banks Association oversees the development of the common e-auction platform. Even though it is a PSB alliance, which is the subsidiary who is floated by the Indian Banks Association, but the overall the control and monitored by none other than IBA. IBA means Indian Banks Association. It is not only for the public sector, even private sector, RRBs, and small finance banks and payment banks. For all banks, it is an association that is located in Bombay. This platform is the broadest stress and asset management initiative for better manage of NPS. Today, 2002, that surface, before that debt recovery tribunal. Today, all the people, the banks people, they got a full idea about a DRT and the surface. And now 2016 IBC, and some of the bankers, they may not aware of the full knowledge, but over a period of time, definitely they will acquire the knowledge. This platform is a broader stress reset initiative for better managing NPS by using the established network. IBA have created centralized system for liquidation sales. So actually liquidator also, they are facing the problem. Once a CIRP is the CIRP failed or no resolution plan, the resolution plan received but not up to the mark. Even though resolution plan received and approved by the COC, but not finally approved by the adjudicating. In all these situations, the liquidation came into the picture. Why IPs are mandated to use IPA network? That is 2024, based on the collaboration of IBA, aims to solve several challenges in the liquidation. Actually, 1st April 2025, it is implemented, but there is one meeting, collaboration meeting between IBA and IBBI, that is in 1st November 2024. During that meeting, they resolved all these things, and finally, it was concluded, and 1st April 2025, it was initiated. For insolvency profession, a single streamlined platform. You need not worry. Even through mobile also, you can see what is happening, dashboard. Before this mandate, IP used various auction platforms, leading to fragmented process. And the Baanknet platform offers single integrated solution for listing and auctioning of all assets. All types of assets. There is no, even it is for bankers, it is for IBBA also. Improve efficiency. This platform automated the features of KYC tools and integrated payment gateways are always available, streamline the process and save time for IPs also. IPs need not worry. If at all IPs are, the liquidation is not routed through the Baanknet, then it is a violation of the IBBA regulations. Wider reach is possible. Today, in my state, one example I am quoting here, only one example I am quoting here. Earlier, I am in West Godavari, again I am talking about West Godavari. One rice mill is, we are going to auction. But other rice millers, they have not participated in the auction. And one law advocate, and with a lot of courage, he purchased that this one, the rice mill. And after that, what he did is, at that time only, I told about Orissa, government is giving subsidies those who have started the rice mills. Then this person, particularly that advocate, he has given advertisement about the plant and machinery at Orissa local newspaper, Varia. Then the prospective bidders came to Palakollu and purchased that one, and it had taken away that plant and machinery through big transport vehicles. Then whether you believe it or not, that rice mill at that time, not now, I'm not talking about now, at that time, the rice mill, we've forced it to sell for 12 crores. But after dismantling of that particular plant and machinery by this particular advocate and sell that plant and machinery to promoters of the Orissa rice mills, he got only the plant and machinery 15 crores and open land. He has divided that one in plots, PLOTS plots, and through that process also, he got another 15 crores. Total 30 crores he got. But whereas we have sold for a nominal amount, 12 crores are like that. 12 crores are like that. But he earned 18 crores. Here, why I quoted this one means bidders are ready. Bidders, where are they? They are in the particularly Orissa, not in West Godavari. So here, the wider bidder reach is possible through Baanknet only. Today also, even in Hyderabad, we are not struggled for auctioning that houses or cars or whatever the industrial property. Then we are using this Baanknet and sales are also happening. And people are directly coming to that particular stress asset branches. They are inquiring and on the e-auction date also they are participated and directly that amount is credited to the loan account also. If at all shortfall, we will recover through court and the excess, we will refund it to the borrower. For liquidation of ecosystem, increasing transparency, the platform requires IP to continuously list the details, assets including photographs, videos, geographical coordinates. Earlier, is it possible to provide a video through newspaper publication? All the way that a buyer has to come to the particular the liquidator and request them to telecast. And if the liquidator is not having time, then the buyer he will postpone and thereafter he will drop out his proposal also. Today that is not the case. The videos are in his position, the photographs are in his position, and only 1 minute, sir. Only 1 minute. Sir. So this platform requires IPs to continuously list data sets, including photographs. Earlier system, whenever we are even particularly the information memorandum we are providing to the prospective resolution applicant or expression of interest. Even tomorrow, the expression of interest details can be enhanced also. If at all we are using this type of nets, Baanknet type, then automatically it reaches to number of people, number of prospective resolution applicants. That's why today the photographs, videos are available. Not only that one, the title of the property, is also available. So if at all the prospective buyers or investors, they want to verify with their legal officers, that is possible. They can download, they can take the printout and give it to them. And this eliminates information asymmetry and previously disadvantages a bit there. They are in dark. They only a small page block. They don't have the full picture. This eliminates the information asymmetry that previously disadvantages. Next, better price discovery. Once a number of people bidders are there, definitely the price will increase, the haircut will decrease. Providing continuous public access asset information gives potential buyers more time to access the value of the assets, which leads more informed and accurate bidding. Maximize the value for the creators. Once a number of bidders are participated, the value will increase. Once the value increase, the financial creator loss will decrease, and definitely this that's why this is to be popularized. This is to be disseminated. Whatever your thoughts, whatever your suggestions are there, kindly send it to the PSB Alliance or IPA in this regard. Then only the functionalities, the developments in the website will happen. Whatever the issues are there, whatever the problems are there with regard to the bidding or auction, then brought to the notice that definitely today nothing is impossible with the help of technology. Standardized process. Steps are also standard. Earlier, some of the people, they complain to IBPALs. The IP is, the liquidator is not auctioned, but simply hand over the property to others also. So that type of a possibility, that type of a situation will not arise in this one. Some of the people, particularly complaints, the IP colluded with the buyer, and even though the property value is more, he is sold it to the X or Y or Z like that. So that type of a complaints definitely will come down. The mandate ensures consistency is there, standardization is there in the auction process across a different liquidation of assets, strengthen overall integrity and India's insolvency framework. So in the coming days, my suggestion is masterize the information utility. IOs are also masterized, and Baanknet also to be masterized. So in the coming days, the quality of insolvency will increase. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will change the shape of the IBC, and the complaints will resolve. If at all any wrong practices are there, the AI or ML, definitely it will catch hold. That type of a powerful tools that is coming in the coming days, not too far away. Once the quantum computing and other things are introduced, this is nothing. Next, as you know, that 1st April, IPs, IBBA, Baanknet formally auction assets. This was the strategic move of IBBA. Collaborated with the IBBI is collaborated with IBA, and with the PSB Alliance, this net is in force. Key reasons IP use the IBA network and IBA endorsed Baanknet platform addresses several inefficiencies. As on date, lot of inefficiencies are there while giving the advertisement about the liquidation. Number of complaints are there, particularly with the IPA or IBBA on liquidators, and increasing transparency. Everybody knows about that one. Wider acceptability and participation that is possible, enhanced efficiency. All these things are possible with the help of the Baanknet. Standardized process is there, and maximized valuation is also possible. Pre-verified platform. Once I am going to propose or purchase the asset, through different angles, I can verify the video or photos or through title deeds, or if at all these are available, I can send this one to my friend who is located in that particular place. Please verify, boss, whether these photographs and videos and title deeds and whether the property earlier I am in dark, the buyer is in dark. So some extra property is there in the outskirts of the city, like that. Today that is not the case. With the photographs, videos, title deeds, all can share to my colleagues also who are there in that particular village. Once they finalize, then only I can make a trip to visit to before participating in the auction. That good thing is there in the next here, particularly pre-verified platform. IBPA collapse the existing infrastructure, adding module. Here also the bidders, the buyer and the bidder or investor, he can participate. For that also, the navigation is there. The screens are there. So you can provide this information to the buyers also, or if at all any of your the colleagues who are in this type of consultancy, they can provide this information by charging. Because here, once the buyer is not given proper information, that is also gives he is not eligible to participate in the bidding process also. So once the buyer is also going to participate in the bidding, first time registration, click on the buyer's registration. Step 1. And he has to fill up the particulars. Step 2. Complete KYC guidelines. Whether it is Aadhaar or whatever the PAN, whatever the address proof, or whatever the bank account, whatever other particulars are there, all are to be updated in this menu. So here, the buyer particulars are to be updated. And the next one, once that second step is over, third step, update is profile. And what is the area of interest? Whether he is interested in industries or interested in sites or interested in plant and machinery, like that. Interested asset, select the type of assets. Whether it is a cotton textile or a jute industry or sugar industry, whatever the assets are there, all are drop-down menus and populated information is there. That is, update the profile and the buyer profile. Update the address and bank details. Being a buyer, you have to update your address first. And whether it is matching with the PAN number or the other, matching with the Aadhaar number or whatever the address proof is given. And the city, the PIN number, and the bank details also. Once all these things are correct, then only he is eligible to participate in the bidding. And the next one is add money to e-wallet. So whenever he is going to participate in the e-auctions, some of the people continuously they are purchasing the assets and modernization that is happened, and they sell it to others also. So some people, particularly why this is a lot of demand is there means some people they invested some amount. This is also one type of a business. So in Hyderabad also, they are purchasing the flats. They will beautification is happened and they will sell it with a higher amount. Even in cars also, some companies, the promoters, they have started, they purchase the old cars and they will do some repairs and painting, and they will sell the cars to the others also. That is true cars. Some companies are also there. So they are participating in the banks auctions, particularly whenever the banks under SURFACE, they taken the position of the cars, and these cars are purchased by the some companies, and they will they do some they repair work and other things, and beautiful painting, and they will resell it. So this is a big business. So some people are always continuously participating, particularly lands. Lands also, some real estate people, they will purchase the lands and they will construct the real estate, etc., etc. And the e-wallet also, they can put their amount, add document to document library if any. If at all any document evidence is required, that also they can attach or they can upload depending upon the e-auction, depending upon the information that is advertisement given in the e-auction and login platform. And once these particulars are entered, he will enter the login platform, whatever the user ID and the password is there. Then click assets to search the listing assets. Then he can search whatever this one is there. And click on auction to search upcoming or live auctions. He can view whatever his choice at the time of the original information is there. Accordingly, he can search the upcoming or live auctions in that particular property. If at all he is liking only immovable property like lands or plant and machinery or buildings, accordingly the information will be populated. What is the coming or live auctions or upcoming auctions that will be displayed in his account also. Search for a preferred auction. If at all he want to participate in that particular auction, he can choose that particular asset and he can book that he has to pay the EMD and he can participate in the auction. After selecting the auction, click the submission for pre-qualification. So the pre-qualification tender, some guidelines are there. The guidelines are to be, suppose take for example 29A declaration or his net worth or EMD, all these things, a pre-qualification tender, that he has to fill it up and submit the request response against the qualification, upload the support document. Whether his tangible net worth is this much, then only they have to. And if at all he is MSME or whatever the pre-qualification the guidelines are there, for that also he has to submit the information. Take for example, under that corporate, the MSME, there also they can participate. The corporate data can also participate in the auctions. So for that also, if that is a condition is there, then whatever the documents are there, proof of documents, that is to be uploaded. Once the date of submission of EMD approaches, to pay EMD, click participate. Click to participate. Once the date of EMD, last date is approaching for payment of EMD, Then he go to participate. Once the participate, then the system will ask pay EMD amount. Whatever the particular EMD amount is there, then he has to pay the amount by debiting to his bank account and accept the terms and condition, because he has to give the declaration. So whatever the conditions that are from time to time that are liquidator is telling I will fulfill and I accept whatever the terms and the conditions of the particular e-auction is there, that I will accept. Then only he will he will enter into that particular auction. If you are participating in auction along with the bidders, other bidders, select yes. And if you are bidding alone, select no. After that, pay off EMD. So sometimes joint bidders are also there. Joint bidders means if joint bidders yes is there, then you have to fill up that one also. If there is no joint bidders, select no after the bid amount. And during auction, after payment of EMD, visit the auction platform on the auction date and the time. You will be placed in bidding hall. Once you have paid the amount, the auction platform, auction date and time, you will be placed in the bidding hall. So once all these things are fulfilled, then only you are entering into the bidding hall. The bidding hall, whatever real time, once the person is quoting high, you can quote, if at all you want to quote a little bit higher, that real time also the system will accept. During the auction, you can bid the increment price also. You can see if you are higher bidder, you can see what is the highest bid, H1 bid price. So once the H1 price is the highest one, and if you want to increase also, you can increment prices also there, because it is a e-auction. At present, the e-auction is prevalent in most of the NBFCs and other things. And the same logic or same software with additional functionalities that was introduced in the Baanknet platform. Bidding hall. The bidding hall is particularly you are entering into the bidding hall once EMD paid and once your thorough verification, all these things are happened, then only you will be allowed in the bidding hall. So the bidding hall, the fields are also there. That's why it is very easy to quote your rates also. Step 3, after completion of the auction, the results are declared. In case you are the highest bidder, the EMD amount will be transferred to the liquidator. So once you are highest bidder, the EMD amount, whatever the EMD amount you have deposited, that will be transferred to the liquidator account. So whatever the liquidator account opened at the particular bank, at the liquidator also to be mentioned that account number and all these things at the time of he is creating the menus. If you are not highest bidder, the bid amount will come to your e-wallet. So once you are not the highest bidder, then automatically your amount will be refunded. But what is a step 4? The bidding hall, this is the bidding hall. And step 4, in case you are declared highest bidder, the liquidator will verify the eligibility documents submitted by you during the pre-qualification stage. So now the verification part vested with the liquidator only, not by the PSB alliance. Verify the eligibility documents submitted by you during the pre-qualification stage. So suppose 29A or MSME or tangible net worth or whatever the documents they asked, he will verify. Once satisfied, who? The liquidator may declare you as a successful bidder. The final authority to finalize the bidder is vested with none other than the liquidator. However, if it is found that you are not eligible to participate in the auction process, your EMD amount will be forfeited by the liquidator. So, once the amount is transferred to the liquidator account, you are the highest bidder. But whatever the documents you have, suppose a 29A, 29A you have given wrong declaration. And you are a defaulter, you are imprisoned, or you are the insolvency, the cases are there. Some, whatever the disqualification is there, 29, that is applicable to you. Then whatever the EMD amount transferred to the liquidator's account, that will be forfeited. Forfeited means he will not pay the amount to the highest bidder, the highest amount. This is in brief about what I wish to tell. Sir, any doubts are there on this particular aspect? Otherwise, again, I will discuss about this one, the bidder also.
Sir, for how long this auction, e-auction thing is open for public thing? Not that e-auction, sorry, the documents.
Yes.
Documents which you upload for the prospective bidders. So generally, what is the period for, that the documents are available for the prospective bidders on
up to the last date for EMD.
Yes. So till the last date of EMD. So generally about 15 to 21 days. To
whatever is there, sir. Yes. So next 3 days, they are giving advance notice also. Next 3 months, next 6 months, next 9 months, next 12 months. So to participate more people, they are giving advance information to the public.
Yes.
But this is a good system, sir. But still, standardization, further standardization, stabilization is also required.
Yes.
Now, today, this is only PSBs and IBBI cases. Tomorrow, this particular website, they may give to other banks also, particularly the foreign banks or private sector banks like that. One country, one nation, one e-auction portal. That is required also. Otherwise, multiple means people are not getting full information about the various that are auctioned by the banking.
Yeah, this is actually a very good platform for information dissemination.
Yes, sir.
And you are very right. Like even during CRP period, things like when issuance of Form G, when you invite expression of interest, at that point of time, you always feel that there are more and more applicants.
Correct.
You always want more and more applicants to participate to get better results.
Correct.
So, generally, as you are aware fully that Form G is published in very limited newspapers, and that is only for one day, and that too in a very small font in the middle page of the newspaper. It is there. It may or may not attract the people at large, attention. And if it is on this this Baanknet platform, and if it remains there till the submission of form, till the submission of EOI, for that 21 days or so, whatever period is open for, it will attract a lot of attention,
Correct, sir. Correct, sir. Even suppose take for example today information memorandum it is a confidential document.
Yeah,
Tomorrow,
that is confidential.
why it is a confidential? Once you are going to give that company to others, why it is a confidential? And
No.
if at all it is a confidential, so number of prospective resolution applicants will decrease also. And they
Yes.
have to go there, they have to visit the company, they have to verify their consultants. Sir, I am going to acquire that company. Please give the report and the presentation, all these things. If at all you disclose that information, full information about the company, about the prospects of the company, about the age of the company, how much. Sir, here also, some fields you restrict. If at all confidentiality is there, some fields you restrict.
Information memorandum, you see, you circulate only to the prospective applicants, like those who give you this EMD amount and they have filed, they have signed that confidentiality agreement, all those things. So it is to the very, very limited audience, only to the serious guys who have paid EMD money and all those things. So
But,
that is the reason.
sir, here also, particularly abridged. Suppose I take, for example, earlier, while going for the public issue by the company, IPOs, full prospectus is there, abridged prospectus is there. In the expression of interest, abridged information memorandum you provide to the prospective resolution applicant, abridged. Then number of resolution applicants will increase. If at all I am in dark, I don't participate in that particular the expression of interest. If at all I know about the company modernization recently, 1 year back, all our new building, the product, a lot of demand is there. Limited information, that too, the public information, whatever the public information as on date it is available. Along with the expression of interest you publish. Then we are talking about haircut and that cut and this cut. Instead of that one, whatever the possibility is there, information, percolate that information. Then only the bidders will increase. Then only bidders will increase. 2 months back, one of my friend, that is in insolvency, that company. I don't know, boss, but that type of industries, some of my NRIs, they requested me to participate, but that is because he is not aware of that particular company is undergoing a CIRP process like that. In this big economy, big country, some companies' failures are there. These failures, all people may not aware unless until somebody inform. But if at all one site is there, all are available, end to end it is available, then people will habituated to verify that one. If at all they are having today, people are not investing their surplus money in the banks. Always they are purchasing open lands. They are called investors. Here, this particularly in the liquidation, the not the future promoters, even investors also they can participate. Some people they want to purchase the land, they want to purchase that building, and they will convert into commercial building like that. So that's why this type of single website is required, and even some changes are required in information memorandums. Don't be in a closed cover. It should be open. Otherwise, we should talk about haircuts and other things. To overcome that haircut issues, transparency is required. Transparency is very much required. This is honestly speaking, this website is a good website, sir. As a banker, earlier we are in dark. Whatever the assets we are selling, no. Even I told about the Palakulu, nobody is purchased that asset, but that asset is nearly 30 crores. But we have sold 12 crores, 18 crores is loss. to the bank. But that advocate, he used his brain. The asset is, the demand is there in Orissa, not in Palakal. And Palakal here, that West Godavari, the people hesitate to purchase. Oh, that person. And later on, whether he will threaten us or not, all these things are there.
Yeah, that is also there.
Once that is information is percolated, then the value will fair. Even today, commodities market and all these things, to some extent, and I am not talking about 100%, to some extent, the agriculture is also getting the higher amount on account of centralized pricing mechanism is there. Here also that is required.
Yes.
So, sir, this is in brief, sir. But as an IP, or along with you, my suggestion is masterize the IUs, masterize this website and the technology tools like AI or ML. Today we are struggling for 29A and clarity is missing. Even today we are struggling for the personal guarantor to corporate data asset. At the time of giving the loan, the directors are telling, sir, I'm giving guarantee. If the company is not paid, I'm ready to pay. Once the company is in trouble, sir, I don't have any asset.
Yes.
Except I am staying in my daughter's house or son's house and I'm taking the food with no assets. But if you verify in detail, the already so many assets are there. But for that also, some tools are required. In the coming days, nobody will escape. Nobody will escape once AI, ML, artificial intelligence, and machine learning definitely the chasing the people and whatever the asset up to last repeat is possible. Last repeat is possible. That's why I told about that particular business rule engines. Whenever the borrowers are coming to the bank, sir, I am hesitated to take the loan, sir. But my auditor told that take loan, you will get some income tax concession. That's why I'm taking. Okay, boss, please give your Aadhaar number, PAN number. If at all I enter into that civil report, 20 to 30 pages it will come. So this type of attitudes are there. Definitely technology take care of all these attitudes. So thank you very much for ICSI AAP for giving an opportunity. Thank you very much for all professionals for sparing their time to listen. Whatever the best with me, I have disseminated to you, sir. Thank you. And I wish you all the best to all the professionals, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Madam, I am closing.
Thank you, sir, for such a nice and knowledgeable session.
Madam, I'm closing, madam.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, what about the attendance?
Sir, we will share it within half an hour.
Yeah, please share the attendance this sheet.
Share
Yeah,
it. Within
and
half
even
an
the
hour, we will get it.
and even the invoice copy was not generated. Even the invoice copy, when I made the payment, the invoice copy was not generated. So can you please send both? Because there's some glitch in your system.
Sir, I will check. I will check it and give it to you.
But please, the attendance sheet is mandatory because it has to be uploaded on the IVA portal.
In a while. Give me some time. I will do it by today only.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.